NBC sports program has been pre-recorded and is being brought to you in living color.
Contrary to some of the sour grapes we've heard this week coming out of Oakland and Miami and Los Angeles, they're really the two best teams because we have the best records and we've done the things that need to be done to get here, are playing in the Super Bowl. And the winner will be the champion of all of football.
When you don't win, you're dumb. You don't know enough to get in out of the rain. But when you win, you're smart. And I was the only dumb person left in our league, and I'm glad that we won, so at least they can't say, well, he never won. And that's one thing that maybe it's selfishness on my part, but it is the one thing that I get that stigma off me.
NBC Sports presents the Super Bowl. What does it mean? With Joe Namath, Don Meredith, Jack Perkins, and Jeannie Morris. Brought to you by the B.F. Goodrich Tire Company. More and more people are buying Goodrich radial tires than ever before. B.F. Goodrich. We're the other guys.
I'm Jack Perkins. Good afternoon from New Orleans, from the French Quarter, the center of not just a sporting event, but what has become over the years a great spectacle. Super Bowl IX, they call it. We've called the program Super Bowl IX, What Does It Mean? And this thing has come to involve so many people that Super Bowl anymore means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. We've got a couple of players, for example, past and present, Joe Namath and Don Meredith, down on the street, and we'll be talking with them. And we'll be looking at some of the other people involved in this and what it means to them. For example, this city, New Orleans. Hotels filled at premium prices. 80% of the people going to the game coming from out of town and bringing their money, or better, their expense accounts. It's a higher paying crowd, they say, than Mardi Gras. Restaurants overflowing. 3,000 private airplanes flying in. Taxis booked days in advance. A limousine charging $600 a day. In all, this week, businesses here expect to make more than $25 million. That's what the Super Bowl means to New Orleans. What does the Super Bowl mean to players? I can't think of anybody better to tell us that than Joe Namath and Don Meredith. And we'll be with them in just a moment.
Hey, come on, everyone. Meet my Tony. He's my baby. He's a good boy. But for 10 years, he's a B.F. Goodrich dealer. Oh, it makes a nice living selling tires. And for 10 years, I ask, when are I going to take a ride on this blimp? And he says, Ma, the first American-made radial tire was a B.F. Goodrich. And I say, oh, that's nice, very nice. Then he says, Ma, we are the guys more and more people are calling a leader in the radial tire market. And I say, oh, that's nice too, but this blimp. And then he says, Ma, today more and more people are buying Goodrich radials than ever before. And you know what I say? When, Tony, when are you going to take a ride on this blimp?
Never, Ma, never.
It's all right. I get air sick anyhow.
B.F. Goodrich. We're the other guys. Remember?
To try to paraphrase Oscar Wilde's quote of, there are two tragedies in life. One is to want something that you can't have, and the other one is to get it. I think to professional football players, the Super Bowl ring represents that probably as well as anything. They want that more than anything else. January the 12th, 1969, I believe it was, Joe Namath and the New York Jets played in and won the Super Bowl. Many people think that was the best Super Bowl game that was ever played. Whether it was or not, one thing for sure, it did change the image or the face of professional football. The American Football League had arrived, and Joe Willie Namath out of Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. Joe, the Super Bowl means to me, this is my first trip. Now, to you have been there for other circumstances. What does a Super Bowl game mean to you? Let's take a stroll down Royal.
You know, we did make it one time, Don, and it had to be one of the highlights of my life, I guess. Ever since coming from Beaver Falls, I've always wanted to participate in some kind of championship game in football. In high school, it was a state championship, and college, it was a national championship. Of course, pro ball, it's a Super Bowl, man. You go all year long, you try to just make the playoffs and try to get to that game to prove that your team is the best. You know, it's a team effort, it's a team gig, and being there and winning the game is really, it's a super feeling.
You know, when you started playing in Beaver Falls, and you played your Sandlots or wherever it was you played it, could you ever imagine anything like a Super Bowl? I mean, really, did anything like that ever occur to you? I mean, what was it?
Now, I used to think and dream of being in championship games, but this game, this Super Bowl, or the Super Bowls of past, plus this one, it's amazing. George Sire once said it best, I think. He said the thing that amazed him about it was the enormity of it all. So many people, so many things, so much happening, so much involved in it. There was no way I could possibly dream of this being, you know, or what it was like.
I think it blows a lot of people's mind when you realize that, you know, where are we, and everything is involved, and I hope in this pregame show, and I hope in this whole telecast we can bring a little bit more than what it has become, to the winners of this game and the losers. You know, what does it mean to be a winner in the Super Bowl? You won the Super Bowl. What does that mean?
It sure does make a difference in the wintertime, I know.
Yeah.
First of all, the money's there.
Yeah.
You win an extra $7,500 over $7,500.
Everybody's friendlier.
Everybody's friendlier. The money makes a big difference to some guys, and to some individuals, there's a little bit more than that. And that would be, I think, knowing that you've won a championship, getting that diamond ring, which isn't nearly as much, it isn't expensive, or the monetary value is not as high as winning the game. But like Mean Joe Green said the other day, he said, man, I want that ring because I can look at it 20 years from now and know that I was there. I accomplished something that I've been dreaming of.
You know, Green also had a quote that was attributed to him. He said, in all my life, he said, man, the anticipation of achievement has always been more than the accomplishment of something. He says, but I'm a proud man. I've got pride. He says, I want to win to prove something to myself, that I am the best at my position, my team, I'm a part of something, I am there. You know, I've never played in this game, but it's got to be a different sort of game. It is a championship game, is really what it is. You mentioned a Sauer a while ago, and you guys did win. You came in as heavy underdogs, but you won that ball game. How do you think it affected your teammates?
You know, one thing, yeah, the teammates and myself as well, there was a fear there of losing the game.
Yeah.
You know, we knew we were going to win, we were confident, but maybe being afraid to lose made us that confident because you read in the papers, you hear the people around town, you see on television, well, they lost or nothing, you know. My God, you went through a season, you're the second best team in the world, but you've got to live with the frustration, with the comments around you that, they didn't make it, they're not good enough, you know.
That really blows. I can't understand that one either. Like, you know, there are 26 teams now, and you play in a Super Bowl game, and if you lose, I mean, the next day it's like you would have thought that losing team had committed many crimes across the country.
Right. Some guys, you know, can take the loss. You know, you can theorize that, well, I did my best, I did all I could do, and we still lost the game. Well, that's it. I did the best I could do. But still, it's the people around you, the media, folks you run into, they talk about it, and they really feel down about you losing the game, man, and they tend to get you down.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to me when I look at it. You know, there are a lot of good football teams every year. Your team this year, you finished 7-7, right?
Yes.
So when you and your teammates sit there and you're watching the Super Bowl game tomorrow, you've got to have a slightly different view than, say, Miami, who's been here for a couple of years in a row, Oakland, who had I guess the best one-loss record, L.A., you know.
Definitely.
What's the difference?
Well, emotionally, for one thing, we knew we were out of it 7 weeks into the season, or 8 weeks into it. We were statistically out of it. And knowing you're not going to be in the Super Bowl, viewing it now, you know, you're viewing it as a spectator, and you want to see the best team win. But the guys like Oakland and Miami and the Los Angeles Rams, they've got to be frustrated. St. Louis Cardinals, you know, they were so close.
Yeah. Okay, but let me ask you now, you were 7-7, but you guys came along in the last part of the season, and it still has to be a thrill for you to throw a touchdown pass and to win a football game. I mean, to play well and to win. Isn't that still there, too, when you have a 7-7?
Oh, sure. That made our season, you know, coming back and winning 6 games in a row. We were so happy. Everybody was happy together. We were beating people. We were winning games.
All right, let's keep on strolling. I like it. Right down Royal Street, and we'll be right back after this pause.
Come in, have a couch. To be a BF Goodrich dealer, you'll have to make some simple associations for me.
Okay.
The first American-made radial tire.
Goodrich?
Excellent. The company more and more people are buying their radials from.
Goodrich.
Brilliant. We've got the smart cookie here. Blip.
Goodrich.
Did you ever think of opening a shoe store?
B.F. Goodrich. We're the other guys. Remember?
I love last-minute details.
And champagne with creamed spinach.
Enjoying your first business trip, Mr. Smedley.
Time for the old 1-2.
For acid indigestion with headache, Alka-Seltzer works fast. It gives the old 1-2, the old 1-2.
He had the Alka-Seltzer in the briefcase.
For acid indigestion alone, use new Alka-Seltzer Gold without aspirin.
Here's where the action is. Showtime. Good, clean, dirty show. Yeah, we got him here, all the foxes.
What does Super Bowl mean for the fan? Well, a fan, by definition, likes games. And there are a lot of games in New Orleans.
We got a show here that's guaranteed to make your hair stand on end.
Sandra Sexton. 42, 24, 42.
All bras on this show now. Come on in now. Come on, you appreciate your wife when you come out of here. I guarantee you that.
No cover charge and Owen Mission. All ball review.
I'm looking for Joe Namath.
Direct from the Oval Room of the White House, the fabulous Watergate dog here.
There's a bug in every bun.
The fan in New Orleans around Bourbon Street finds good jazz and awful striptease, and prices as high as $3.85 for a Coke. Bourbon Street, the fan is reminded, is a business, not a sport. Those are some of the sights of New Orleans at night. Let's get back to 2 sights of New Orleans in the daytime. Joe and Don?
Super Bowl 9. Where's this game gone from Super Bowl 1? Well, from a television standpoint, the viewing audience has almost doubled. Today's game is expected to be viewed by the largest audience to ever watch a sporting event, over 70 million people. How about that one? Where's it gone from your standpoint, Joe?
Well, when we played, actually the first 4 games, Don, there was that animosity, and it did exist, the animosity between the NFL and the AFL. The NFL didn't quite want the AFL to come along.
I was with the NFL, of course.
Right.
And
even some of the writers and news media were still pro-NFL. But after the 3rd or 4th game, it settled back down to be a championship game. The animosity stopped, the leagues merged, and we work together now. But it's a championship game now that means all the marbles to the players themselves. This is it. This is what the season's about, the championship.
Okay, I want to ask something from my own standpoint, and I think a lot of other people will be interested, too. Why does Joe Namath still play? You've been to the Super Bowl, you won it, you've had a lot of injuries, you've had a lot of... there's been some question about why you do play, and I want to know why.
Well, I started out, Don, actually playing to make a living. You know, I enjoyed the game.
Not back in Beaver Falls, though.
No.
You started out why?
Not back in Beaver Falls, but getting to college through football, finding out that I could play pro football and make $1 or $2. Then finally getting a little security with the dollar, certainly not enough, but a little bit. The main thing is I enjoy it. It's an individual thing. The person has to feel it. I enjoy being tested. I enjoy having to do well, having to improve. And you can feel through football, I can feel, playing the game from week to week, how much more I'm learning, how much better I'm getting, how I'm reacting better to situations, and I like to feel that. When I'm not doing the right thing, it kills me. It hurts, man. So I want to do well, and I know with me that drive to perfect my job or try to do it better than anybody is why I'm playing.
All right, you know, as a quarterback, most quarterbacks are going to get a lot of the recognition, the praise, the criticism, but it's a team sport. Give me your attitudes or your feeling about being responsible for that team victory or that team loss in a quarterback's eyes. How do you feel about that?
I don't feel that any one guy has the responsibility of losing a game and winning a game. You know, once in a while it gets down to the wire where a field goal kicker kick in the last couple of seconds and miss it, and so their team loses. But it is a team sport. Each and every guy has to do their job. A quarterback, as you know, can go back to throw the football, but if the receiver's not in the right place, if he changes his pattern or gets bumped out of it, you can't get it to him. If a quarterback goes back to throw a football and the man misses a block in the line, you get hit. You don't get the play off. A running back, O.J. Simpson, great running back. You know, compare him with anybody or ahead of anybody, put him where you want to put him. But he can't run too far unless he gets some blocking. Everybody has to work together, offensively and defensively.
I guess that is kind of an old cliche, but it is true in a team sport. Let's play like I used to do back home. Let's play like that you're quarterback for a while. Let's play like that you're quarterback for Minnesota. You're not necessarily Fran Tarkenton, but let's just play like. Now, what would you do against this Pittsburgh unit that you're going to face today?
Boy, I'd do a lot of things fast. I know that. I would, if I was Francis. I don't know Minnesota's game plan, but I think they should come out and try to keep Pittsburgh off balance. They should early mix in play-action passes, even open up with it. If you give Pittsburgh a little bit of edge, if they know what you're going to do, then, man, they can really come and take advantage of the situation. So you have to keep them off balance, and by this I mean Minnesota should throw a lot of play-action passes or drop-back passes early on first down and running situations, throw the football. Not give Pittsburgh the edge and know what they're doing.
We've heard about Bud Grant and his sterling personality, but what is the Chuck Knox?
Chuck Knox is the coach of the Los Angeles
How about
Rams.
Chuck Noll?
Chuck Noll is the
That's
guy.
a good one. One more time. We've heard about that was really good. I just checking to see if you were alert. Okay, and once more. Well, we've heard about Bud Grant of the Minnesota Vikings. How about Chuck Noll of the Pittsburgh Steelers? What is a Chuck Noll?
You know, I asked that question a few days ago myself. Being in the game, you know, you don't hear much about Chuck Noll unless you're a coach. But looking back, the man took over, started coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers in '69, had a 1-13 record, and then had a 5-9 record. 6-8 record, and made the playoffs 3 straight years. But the one thing that impressed me about him was what Mr. Rooney said, the owner of the Steelers. During that 1-13 season, he knew that they found a coach because Noll did not waver a bit. He didn't lose his composure. The players respected him, and that is so important for the players to respect the coach and believe in him. The players, the owners, everyone respected Chuck Noll, and he made it through that season. They knew things were going to get better, and they surely have.
Okay, let's turn around and we'll right quickly. Let's play like one more time. Now, you're the quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers playing against another pretty good defensive team in the Minnesota Vikings. What do you do there?
Well, Pittsburgh, naturally, everyone has seen them play a couple of playoff games. They have a great offensive line. I would, with the defense Pittsburgh has, try to establish the running game. Get back to that cliche.
Yeah,
establish the running game. But Pittsburgh can throw the football. They're a little different than Minnesota. That Pittsburgh's tight end can run a little better. He's a little faster. So Pittsburgh can throw the football better than Minnesota, I feel. He can mix his attack. I don't know. Pittsburgh's offense is, I think they're going to be able to move the ball on the ground against Minnesota. Minnesota's not been able to stop the run all year long consistently.
Do you feel there's anything to another old cliche that you're talking about of the quarterback really does make a difference in a game like this, the championship game now? And Tarkenton and Bradshaw, you've got a great deal of variance in their experience alone. Is it that important?
It is that important if he gets pressured that much. If he doesn't get pressured that much, I don't think it's that important. If Minnesota can get Pittsburgh in a situation where they can pressure Bradshaw, he may make some mistakes where Tarkenton might not make the same mistakes.
So from the quarterback standpoint, the nod might go to Minnesota.
From a quarterback standpoint, mentally it would, yes.
We're working right up into some predictions here, folks, and everybody likes predictions. So Joe and I are going to join our good friend Jack Perkins up there on the balcony. But right now we're going to pause for this message. Where are you, Jack?
Jack?
Hello, Jack.
Daddy. Hey, Dad.
What?
Let's grow up and I'm big. Can I be your partner?
You sure can. That's just what I'm waiting for.
Good, because when I'm your partner, I'm going to ride in the Goodrich blimp anytime I want, right?
Oh, no, I don't think so, son. You see, Goodrich doesn't have a blimp.
I think I'll be a lawyer.
B.F. Goodrich. We're the other guys. Remember?
Gotcha.
In an independent test, 39% of the men
Gotcha.
nicked or cut themselves with their new razor blade.
Gotcha.
Tired of risking your skin to get a close shave? Get the Norelco VIP triple header. Get 18 rotary blades and 3 floating heads and 9 closeness comfort settings. Get a shave so close, Norelco dares to match shaves with a blade. Just one thing you won't get.
Gotcha.
Griffin drove all night from Lubbock, Texas to get here. There are 1,500 press accredited here, from the New York Times to the Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania Spirit. Rick Griffin set up his camera to film interviews for Lubbock, Texas.
Can you squeeze in a little closer here? This way, 24, you can spread a little bit, let him in.
They pose and probe the players who don't tell them much, but they have to write something. Or, like Rick Griffin, be ready to film something. At the hotel, they drink the NFL's booze and have, all in all, a pretty soft week. Except for Rick Griffin. All set now to do his interviews for Lubbock, Texas. But at the same moment, a couple of Viking players are horsing around on the field. Jim Lash goes out for a pass, and look out, Lubbock. Before he can shoot a frame of film, Rick Griffin's camera is destroyed. And Rick Griffin is left muttering, "What do we tell them in Lubbock?" I thought it was interesting earlier, Joe Namath was referring to the man who owns the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he called him Mr. Rooney. This week in New Orleans, that's the only way I've ever heard him referred to. He is, I presume from that, a man who has great respect among his football colleagues. Jeannie Morris sat down and had a chat with Mr. Rooney.
Mr. Rooney, it's been 42 years since you bought the Steelers for $2,500. When this happened, when you bought this team, what did you think the future held for you then?
Well, really, I never gave it a thought what the future. It was something I liked. I had teams, I played, and I coached, and when they voted the Blue Laws out, I just took the team and paid $2,500 to the National Football League to Joe Carr, who was the president, and I think that had I kind of dickered with him, I think maybe I could have got it a little less.
But do you think the game was more fun then than it is now?
I think there was a lot more fun and romance in it then than there is today, because the pressure of today is much greater. If coaches don't win, they get fired. And no one likes to see someone lose their job. I know that's the hardest thing that's been for me, to tell a coach that we have to make a change. And the pressure on everyone in the business today is so much greater than it was then, and with pressure, I think there's less fun.
Mr. Rooney, it's been a long time since you started out with the Steelers, and together you've come all the way to the big day. What does it mean to you personally?
I'm delighted that we finally won, because if anything that did irk me lately, the last maybe 10 years, was that we didn't win it. When you don't win, you're dumb. You don't know enough to get in out of the rain. But when you win, you're smart. And I was the only dumb person left in our league, and I'm glad that we won, so at least they can't say, well, he never won. And that's one thing that maybe it's selfishness on my part, but it is the one thing that I get that stigma off me. But I'm just as delighted, I think, as all winners. I don't think that anybody is more delighted than anyone else, unless it would be me, because most all the others have won and I didn't. But I don't think that even when we lost, it was very frustrating to me. I didn't, no one in my home was allowed to talk football until Tuesday. When I went to town, I went up and down alley so the people wouldn't see me. But I don't think that I was any different than, say, George Halas or Wellington Mara or Art Modell or any of the other people that have won.
Mr. Rooney, thanks so much for talking to us, and good luck.
Thank you. Glad to talk to you. I enjoy it.
Yes, yes, the ball tells all. I see great wealth in your future.
You do?
You will be very successful.
I will?
I see tires, many tires.
Tell me more.
I see a great tire company, a tire company known throughout the land for its innovations.
Like what? Like what? Give me a for instance.
They introduced the first American-made radial tire.
No kidding.
Wait, there's more. They're a company more and more people are calling a leader in the radial tire market.
Honest? They want me? Who are they?
B.F. Goodrich. You will be a B.F. Goodrich dealer, a man who more and more people are turning to for their radial tires.
Oh, the blimp. Do you see me riding in the Goodrich blimp?
Riding in what?
The Goodrich blimp.
That'll be $5, Turkey.
B.F. Goodrich. We're the other guys. Remember?
It might be argued that New Orleans got this Super Bowl by default, or under false pretenses even. Maybe that doesn't sound right. Let me explain what I mean. Two years ago, the NFL chose New Orleans for this Super Bowl for this reason. New Orleans was spending $35 million to build not just a new stadium, but as they said, the greatest, most extravagant sports facility the world had ever seen, Superdome. And ready, they promised, in time for Super Bowl. But you know what happened? Well, they found they'd left a few things out of that first budget, like seats. And by the time such frills were figured in politics and inflation, $35 million was up to $163 million, and the thing is still not finished, and it's time for the Super Bowl. So, ask them, Superdome, will it ever be finished? To say nothing of paid for? Yes, they promise. Anytime. But on this day, it's Tulane Stadium, and the Super Bowl starts in just a few moments. We've tried to wrap up a little of what this game, or even more this event, means to players, to fans, to the city, to one of the owners. And having wrapped that up, gentlemen, there's nothing more you can do to delay the time. You've got to make the predictions you promised.
I'm ready to get this thing started, I'll guarantee you.
Do it, Don.
There are many, many roads to the Super Bowl, and I'm going to pick Minnesota by 1.2.
1.2.
1.2.
Won't be many pushes on that kind of spread.
No, sir, 1.2. I think that Pittsburgh really is the best team. Now, if this is a hedge, you got one coming right now. I feel that, the old cliche, anybody can win a ball game, and I'm going 1.2 on Tarkenton.
That's the factor.
That's it.
Okay. Well, now you're up against tough competition because Joe Willie Namath has predicted twice for NBC on these pregame
What
shows.
does he know?
And Joe Willie Namath has been right twice for NBC on these
that's what he
pregame
knew.
shows.
He knew the right answer 2 times in a row.
Yeah. You
All
wanna
right,
try
let's have
third?
it. Third time, right.
Biscuit?
I like Buffalo.
Thank you. That's all we have time for.
No, or
Thanks.
Miami. Buffalo, Miami, my favorite teams, but they're not there. So I'm going to pull for Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh will win the game by 10 or more points. I think their defense is that strong, and it's going to get lopsided, and Pittsburgh's going to run away with it.
You think so?
And that's
Could
what
be
makes
wrong,
horse
though.
races are
You know,
still,
could be wrong.
That is true.
Take your choice. Go with Meredith and Minnesota. Go with Namath and Pittsburgh. But stick with us, will you? Because the Super Bowl kickoff is just a moment from now after this pause for station identification.
And have fun.
The Super Bowl, what does it mean, has been brought to you by the B.F. Goodrich Tire Company. More and more people are buying Goodrich radial tires than ever before. B.F. Goodrich, we're the other guys.
An off-duty officer faced...
Chrysler Corporation and the fine family of Chrysler products. Dodge, Chrysler Plymouth, and Dodge Truck. By RCA, makers of RCA XL100 solid-state color TV. And by Goodyear, the makers of Bigfoot. The new Polysteel radial tire, it keeps its feet even in the rain.
Hi, everybody. Kurt Gowdy to call the play-by-play. Probing and dissecting will be Al DeRogatis. Around America, he's better known as Dandy Don. Today, it's Dr. Don, the College of Knowledge, of football knowledge. And Charlie Jones, down on the field, our roving reporter. Well, the big build-up is over. In the past 2 weeks, a kaleidoscope of hoopla. It is Mardi Gras time a month earlier in New Orleans. Yesterday, more money was spent in this city in one day than any day since VE Day. Bourbon Street, Creole cooking, barbecued shrimp, Pete Fountain's clarinet, Al Hurt's trumpet, the antique shop. It's been fun. Thousands have packed this city, and they're asking, can the Steelers stop Chuck Foreman out of the backfield on pass receiving? Will Terry Bradshaw continue his brilliant postseason play? Can Fran Tarkenton escape the ferocious Pittsburgh front four? Will Franco get his 100 yards rushing? How about John Gilliam? Will he catch some big bonds? And how long can Dwight White go today? He's been in the hospital all week. Those are the questions they're asking. They'll be answered in about 12 minutes when we kick off. Then it'll all be turned over to the players who will write the climax to Super Bowl IX. It's been an ugly day here in New Orleans. And for a weather report and the field conditions, let's go down to Charlie Jones.
The temperature at game time is 46 degrees. It's overcast. We've had rain all morning long. It stopped just about an hour and a half ago, and we still have the possibility of rain again. Tulane Stadium, artificial surface, it drains exceptionally well. It is going to be just a little bit slippery. One of the key factors to watch will be the wind. It is out of the north at 17 miles an hour, but we've been having gusts to 25. That's the situation down here. Now let's go back up to D-Row and the old professor.
Thank you, Charlie. In the pregame show, you heard an incredible forecast. First of all, Joe Namath liked the Pittsburgh Steelers big. But one man, this guy right here, picks the other team by 1.2. Incredible.
Staying abreast in computerized football, I chose 3 categories which I thought were extremely important. Should have intercepted this past season, almost offsides in key situations, and up and butts in losing games. In those situations, Minnesota came out in front 1 percentage point. Now, throwing extracurricular activities in leisure time, Bud Grant likes to hunt 0.2% of his leisure time, which to me means Minnesota by 1.2. Although I may say, computerized football is out the air today. You know what I'm talking about?
I sure
We got
do.
Bradshaw and Harris on one side, and we got Tarkenton and Foreman on the other, and I think that's the key to the
There's
football
no
game.
doubt. If they don't stop Franco Harris, if the Vikings cannot stop the outside attack of Terry Bradshaw, and the reverse is pretty true for the other team.
It really is. You know, how do you pick a winning team in this thing? I think personally that Pittsburgh has the best overall team in this game today. But I think Tarkenton hit it pretty good in our pregame show. He says, you know, the best 2 teams are here. We're here no matter what. The way the rules are set up, we won more games. We're entitled to be here. The championship game is right here today, and I think it's going to be a good one. And I don't think you ought to pick a winner or a loser. I think we ought to sit back and enjoy it, and let's have some fun and see what happens.
It's going to be a great game, Kurt. 2 great defenses. We know all about them. Perfect setting.
All right, and Minnesota's the home team. They're going to be in the dark jerseys. Pittsburgh, the visitors, in white. We've had a look at the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Minnesota Vikings, and we're getting ready now to introduce the starting lineup in just 1 minute.
Chrysler Corporation's Car Clearance Carnival is underway. Hi, I'm Joe Garagiola, and for the next few weeks, I'll be your ringmaster, bringing you all kinds of great values on Chryslers, Plymouth, and Dodges. Now, we've got a lot of cars to move, and we're going to move them. So if you want to make a great deal on a new car, watch for my carnival announcements. So stay on your toes now, because things will be happening fast. I mean, they're going to be happening fast. I'll be announcing cashback deals on new model cars. 72-hour trade-in bonuses on certain used cars. One of them may be yours. And there'll be all kinds of pre-offers, surprises, and a colossal carnival sweepstakes. So make your plans to come to Chrysler Corporation's Car Clearance Carnival. It's going on at your Chrysler, Plymouth, and Dodge dealers. It's a carnival of values. And here comes the band already. Come on down. are you? Did you come here often?
If unique is what you seek, Colt 45 malt liquor.
The Grambling College band's on your right. They're going to be entertaining us today. We have a marvelous halftime show, a salute to the late Duke Ellington. We're waiting for the Vikings to come out. Both teams are in excellent shape except one man. Dwight White, the defensive right end of the Pittsburgh Steelers, has been in the hospital twice with viral pneumonia. And he's out again. And now we're going to meet the starting lineup. And let's go down to the field to Charlie Jones.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Super Bowl IX. And now let's meet the defensive unit of the Vikings, the front four. Number 70, Jim Marshall. Number 88, Alan Page. Number 69, Doug Sutherland. Number 81, Carl Eller. And the linebackers. Number 58, Wally Hilgenberg. Number 50, Jeff Seaman. And number 60, Roy Winston. And the defensive secondary. Number 25 is Jackie Wallace. Number 22 is Paul Krause. Number 23 is Jeff Wright. Number 43 is Nate Rice. And their head coach, Bud Grant, and the rest of the Vikings. The offensive unit of the Pittsburgh Steelers. First, the interior line. Number 55 is John Cole. Number 50, Jim Klatt. Number 56, Ray Mansfield. Number 72, Jerry Mullins. And number 71, Gordon Gravel. Here are the receivers. Number 43 is Frank Lewis. Number 87 is Larry Brown. Number 25 is Ron Shankler. And here are the backs. Number 20 is Rocky Blyer. Number 12 is Terry Bradshaw. Number 32, Franco Harris. And their head coach, Chuck Noll, and the rest of the Steelers. At the coin toss, when the two teams are on the field, a silver medal commemorating Super Bowl II is used. It shows on the coin a picture of Vince Lombardi being carried off the field. That was his last game as coach of the Green Bay Packers, and it was against the Oakland Raiders. Pittsburgh has won the toss. They're going to receive on your left. The wind is gusting up to 25 miles an hour. Most of the time, it's in favor of the team on the left, which will be Pittsburgh. Sometimes it changes around and blows across field. And now the officials will be Bernie Ullman. He's going to be the referee. The umpire is Al Conway. The head linesman is Ed Marion. The line judge is Bruce Alford. The back judge is Ray Douglas. The field judge is Dick Dolak. And the alternate official will be Fred Silva. And now we're getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, for our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise? now, to honor America, will you please join the Mardi Gras chorus in the singing of our national anthem?
Trying to keep warm over there for the Steelers. Cox usually kicks to about the 5-yard line. He may squib kick it. He likes to squib it to the corners. You might keep your eyes on McNeil, 54, going down. And the oldest man in the National Football League covering kickoffs, Bill Brown, could be down there, number 30. Or Terry Brown, 24. Amos Martin, 55. Or Jeff Wright, 43. Back deep is Steve Davis, 35 for the Steelers. Flanking him are Harrison, 46, and Preston Pearson, 26. The field's in pretty good shape. It has been vacuumed off. Fox will be kicking against the wind.
A tense football game, Kurt. This could be one of the really important plays. The opening kickoff. You'll see where the tension's at.
Fox is a chiropractor, and he massages that one. It's not too deep. Taken by Preston Pearson. And he fights his way over his 35 to his 36-yard line. And downfield on the tackle is Scott Anderson, number 56, to trip him up. So Pittsburgh puts the ball in play on their 36-yard line with a first down in the backfield of Bradshaw, number 12, a quarterback. Rocky Blyer, number 20. Frankie Harris, 32, the running back. The wide receiver coming at you, Shanklin, 25. Frank Lewis, 43 on the other side. And the tight end is Larry Brown, 87. Goes to Blyer. Blyer to his 39-yard line. Number 23, Jeff Wright, the strong safety, came up. The interior line, John Kolb, 55. Strongest man on the team up front. Clack, 50, left guard. Mansfield, never missed a game in 11 seasons at center, 56. Jerry Mullins, the right guard, 72. Gordon Gravel, 71, the right tackle. Second down, 7. The Steelers on their 39. Just underway. Bradshaw's worn that beard the last month. And going down is Franco Harris. Right on him was Roy Winston. He lost his footing. So that spots the ball on the 39 and makes it 3rd and 7.
the first shot of the
14-man huddle.
Yeah, I was going to say that was the first shot of it. You've got them all out there, and they're coming off rather slowly.
Winston's coming off. And let's see. Also, they delay. Jim Marshall comes out, and Hilgenberg comes out. 11 men have to be on the field at the snap of the ball. Terry Brown's gone in. 3rd and 7. They're looking for a pass, the Vikings. Bradshaw will accommodate. And they get out of the pocket. He's tripped up. There was a great charge by Bob Wertzema.
That's twice, though,
also,
Kurt.
Alan Page, who got a hand on his ankle.
That's twice. It looks like that both guys have slept out there. The time before it was Harris. And this time it was Bradshaw. Let's watch Page come in.
Great movement by Page. He's just going to the outside. The 3-man rush. He gets by Jim Clack.
He ran over Cobb there with number 55. And he put some pressure on him, didn't he?
All right, Sam McCullum is back deep, along with Nate Wright. Punt formation, Bobby Walden, averaged 39 yards a kick. He should have a win behind him. And it's a boomer. McCullum, the rookie of Montana State, takes it on the 13. Ooh, he's blasted down. Covering that kick was Ed Bradley, the headhunter, number 38. A punt of 53 yards. And now we'll watch the Vikings go to work. First down for Minnesota.
Much of the talk this week is that Fran Tarkenton will be rolling out of that pocket. The idea, get away from that fearsome rush. Now there's great pride in both defensive units. You've seen the pride of the Vikings. Now the Steelers are at it.
Tarkenton, the quarterback. 14-year career in the National Football League. Dwight White is the starting right end. Coming out of the hospital to start the Super Bowl IX. Foreman, Osborne, the running back. Tarkenton scrambles and completes it. He hits Gilliam, John Gilliam, wide receiver number 42, who's playing, you notice, on his left wrist with a crack there. He has a broken wrist that he's been playing with.
I think it's also interesting, Kurt, that on the first play from scrimmage there was the rollout. We have talked about that in the pregame show and some. But Tarkenton was called a scrambler for a long time. He kind of resented that because he says, I always just do what I feel like I have to do. And to get away from a big rush, the rollout's one of the best things you can do. And that's the guy he's got to depend on, too, Chuck Foreman.
There's a dangerous man, Foreman. First down, Vikings on their 34. Take the Foreman. He lobs it out and misses his tight end, Stu Boyd, down the middle. Already Tarkenton is trying to open up. He's gone to the air twice in the first 2 plays. This telecast presented by the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the National Football League is prohibited. Al?
We might keep our eye on Jack Lambert. It looks like a situation where Fran might want to put it in the air, but he also might want to go straight up. So 58 could be the target.
Tarkenton on second down, 10. Viking 34. And that's Dave Arthur trying to plunge up the middle, and he runs into Mean Joe Green.
Okay, we said this man is the heart of it. You bet he is. Joe Green, attacking that middle, stopping him cold. Lambert helping out on the play.
A yard gain. It's 3rd and 9 for Minnesota. Kelsey Greenwood, 68, the left end. Joe Green, the left tackle. Ernie Holmes, 63, the right tackle. Dwight White, 78, the right end. They led the National Football League in getting to the quarterback. And now taken out of the game is Ernie Holmes. And coming on, Lauren Taves, linebacker. Tarkenton scrambling away. Throws on the run, and he's dropped, and it's no good. John Gilliam was there at the sidelines, did not have it long enough. It's an incomplete pass, and Minnesota now will be kicking against the wind. Their punter is Mike Eyeshide. He kicks it about 35 yards a crack. He's a good out-of-bound kicker, but he's going against a strong breeze now. And Lynn Swan, a rookie, an excellent punt returner. Second all-time in one season returning punts for total yardage is 88, and 27 is Glenn Edwards. Mike Eyeshide. On 4th and 9, no score. 3 minutes gone, first period. High snap. Low kick against the wind, an excellent kick. Swan fields it on his 25, 30, 35. And suddenly he snapped as he crossed his 40-yard line. And the hit was made there by number 89, John McAkin. We'll take a timeout here in the first quarter. The score, Pittsburgh nothing, Minnesota nothing.
What costs no more today than it did back in 1966? The answer, color TV. Take, for example, these RCA XL100s. Great values anytime. Super values during RCA's Super Value Days. Starting tomorrow, you'll find exceptional savings on these 25-inch XL100 consoles. Magnificent furniture with RCA's finest, most natural color ever, plus 100% solid-state reliability. You'll find small sets, as exciting as our big ones, with RCA's advanced AccuLine picture tube system. All RCA XL100s, all super buys. Old-time values haven't all disappeared. Look for them during RCA Super Value Days, starting tomorrow, and take home one of our best buys in years.
The Steelers gained 8 yards in the exchange of punts. First down, Pittsburgh on their 42s. Barry Bradshaw has been outstanding in postseason play, hitting 56% of his passes. Has Harrison Blyer behind him. Look out. That's Eller. Eller may have touched somebody. They did. It was encroachment. He was drawn off. It's illegal procedure. And it's illegal procedure. Eller went right through the gap and didn't touch anyone. He's drawn off by Gordon Gravel, who had a false start, number 71. Right now, the Steelers cannot get on track on offense.
One of the things I think you can expect at this particular time of the game, Kurt, is that there's going to be some nervousness on both teams' part. Eller's an experienced veteran. He saw movement and took off, got 5 yards.
First and 15 for Pittsburgh from their 37. Blyer holding through at the 15.
Oh, wow.
And Warfichter has a first down. He's brought to the turf by Jeff Wright.
All right, we're talking against Oakland. Rocky Blyer was the guy that gained right close to the 100 yards. You'll see this little trap play come right back up through the middle. A beautiful hole. Nobody's in there. Winston's gone. Seaman's gone. Krause is the first one that picks him up. If you could get a good performance out of Rocky Blyer today, everybody looking for Franco Harris, but nobody looks for Rocky Blyer.
Our first down, the Steelers have it. They're on the Minnesota 45. On a comeback, it's Franco Harris. Franco Harris tackled by Alan Page, all-pro tackle at the 41 of Minnesota. Franco, 5 games this year, over 100 yards. Slow start, but he came strong. 2 of his 3 years with the Steelers, he's gained 1,000 yards. He can go inside or out. Second down, 6 for Pittsburgh on the Viking 41-yard line. No score. 10:35 to go in the first period. Now here's a new formation we haven't seen. A slot, back, and 2 wides on the same side.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. They're trying to get Harris outside. They were trying to hook that left in Eller, and a flag went down. Jeff Wright made the tackle.
Keep in mind when we see that formation, the one thing it is doing, it is virtually telegraphing that you might go wide to that side. The Steelers obviously have some counter situations.
Jim Marshall, the defensive captain, a medical marvel. At the age of 36, he had pneumonia 6 weeks this year and kept playing. Spent 3 or 4 days in a hospital. All he has to do is get in shape, is circle the goalpost once in the summer, and he's underway.
The old medical marvel.
He sure is. This is the clipping penalty against Pittsburgh. It's back to the Steeler 44-yard line. They have now a 2nd and 19.
2nd and 19, Kurt. Jackie Wallace on the far side is number 25. He's going to be looking at the leading receiver, Frank Lewis, number 43.
They're trying to get that running game going. There's it out to Lewis. Lewis at the 45. He's the fastest player in the Steelers club. And he's back to the Minnesota 45, where he's upended by Wally Hilgenberg, the veteran outside linebacker. Good block by John Cole.
One of the things, Kurt, that you try to do when you've had an unfortunate penalty like they has, you try to get the penalty back on the first play, so it'll be second down. And you see this, that's called coming out, number 55, I believe. But the main thing is a very conservative play in a way. You throw it out to a guy that has the potential of breaking it all the way, and they did. They get back. Now it's third down and about 8 or 9 yards to go.
3rd and 9, Don. Steelers in Viking territory, and the Viking 44, no score. Anthony Lewis is still in there at wide receiver. Good rush on him. Oh, he's sacked. Well, I imagine that Minnesota front four is tired of hearing about the Pittsburgh front four. Ellen Page in there.
The first move is so important. There's the head slap on Jim Clark. This man has power and speed. He is absolutely a great football player.
Zero, I don't remember the title, but he was the first defensive player to be the most valuable player in the National Football League. Is that right? There we go.
Right. And
Isn't that amazing?
He had as good a year this year, Don, as he did that year.
He had not a good year last year, though, Kurt. Everybody was a little upset about him. He came back, he said, look, I'm a great football player, and I know that.
Walden just got it away. And it's taken by Wright on the 14. He's swarmed under by Steelers, and the Vikings continue to have poor field position. Donnie Shell, a rookie, and Sam Davis, the captain of the offensive team, went down to make the hit. Timeout before the Vikings take over. The score, Minnesota nothing, Pittsburgh nothing.
Now comes Miller time. You've turned a dangerous ledge of new powder into a harmless pile of snow. Now's the time to head for the best-tasting beer you can find. Miller High Life, America's quality beer since 1855.
If you've got the time, we've got the beer.
Earthquake in Sensorround, your most startling motion picture experience. A city crumbles. You feel it as well as see it in Sensorround. You'll be as close to experiencing a real earthquake as you possibly can. Starring Charlton Heston and a superb cast. Earthquake, even more terrific in Sensorround. Rated PG. Now at selected theaters everywhere.
Smothers Brothers welcomes special guests George Burns, Johnny Carson, Alice Cooper, and Red Fox in a premiere of a new weekly hour of music and comedy, Monday night.
Bud Grant bringing his Vikings in for the 3rd time into a Super Bowl. Fran Tarkenton, a quarterback. He's been good and he's been durable. He's never missed a game in his career because of an injury. First down, Vikings under 14. Outside is Foreman, and he's hit by Jack Ham, the young, excellent outside linebacker. He's going to be one of the greats before he's through, from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, later at Penn State University.
He's already made the All-Pro team this year, Jack Ham. There we go.
One of the things we also want to look at, we mentioned the rollout. Well, the defense of the Pittsburgh Steelers have many maneuvers. You'll see Joe Green occasionally go to the outside. L.C. Greenwood filling to the inside, all both looking for run and particularly rush the pass.
Lash spreads left, and to the right is John Gilliam. 2nd and 12 for the Vikings. They're going against the wind in this period. Targeting, quick hit, and it's good to the 17-yard line to Dave Osborne coming out of the backfield. And there's the rookie, Jack Lambert, the only rookie starter for the Steelers, the middle linebacker. They call him Hayseed. He's tall. Look at him, 6'4".
I'd call him Mr. Hayseed.
I would too. He made a
Mr. on that one.
Maybe a game-saving tackle against Oakland when he brought down Cliff Branch in the open field.
Key 3rd down situation. Fran is not known for being conservative. He may try to attack Mel Blount, number 47. He's got Jim Lash on that side, Chuck Foreman, deep.
Gilliam, he's got one side. You got a slot on this side too, yeah.
Target is 2 out of 4 in passing. Back he goes again. This is blocked, and it's hit there by L.C. Greenwood. Look at the golden shoes. He stands 6 feet 6 1/2.
The Steelers
throw over.
Yeah, golden shoes. The thing about it really is, to be redundant, but you've got a guy like this, nobody slowed him down. He's got his gold shoes working, that big hand throwing, and I know from a quarterback standpoint, that's the thing that really does bother you. These big guys, they're getting bigger and taller. But Fran's not a real tall quarterback. He's a little over 6 feet, maybe.
All right, in punt formation, Mike Eyeshide. Swan and Edwards are deep. Eyeshide kicking against that wind. Sort of nubs this one, but he gets a pretty good bounce for it. This will be an excellent kick when it winds up on the Pittsburgh 47. Right now, as Pittsburgh takes over, let's go down to Charlie Jones. They have a flag drop, by the way. Let's see what this one's about. Might be an eligible member of the kicking team downfield. They have to hold up.
If that's the case, Kurt, it could be a real big plus for the Pittsburgh team, because you check that old computerized football we were talking about, but it really is true. If you've got to kick off, say, another time, or if you have to punt another time, the pressure really is on the kicking team then. They've got to go back and do it again. Whatever it is, it's a big conclave out there. What's he going?
Must be complicated. This is a personal foul, clipping against Minnesota.
Now, how can you clip when you're kicking? I just ask it. I don't have the answer, folks. Nobody's perfect. They're going to kick it again, it looks like.
Yeah, it'll be half the distance to the goal. He had a 37-yard kick that time with no return.
You know, one of the things that the new kick rule has brought in this year is when the offensive lineman cannot go downfield till the ball's been kicked and all that sort of jazz, but this is called, you can put a awful lot of pressure on old Mike Eyeshide right there.
Well, you know, he's been getting a couple of bad snaps so far. We're going to see probably the best field position of the game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And there's going to be some interesting movement going on at the line of scrimmage, and particularly trying to stop those men coming downfield.
I'd say they're going to be in field goal position no matter what this time.
4th and 16 for the Vikings. Eyeshide will kick out of the end zone.
And it's lonely there, Mike. Good, son. Good.
Swan and Edwards are waiting for the ball in Viking territory. The low kick. Edwards fields it on the 44, trying to get a return right going. 45. Oh! He saw a man coming, and that is Matt Blair, and he said, "Matt, I don't want you," and he tried to skid to a halt and held up.
This is Matt Blair, I think. What he's trying to do is, you're right, Kurt, they're trying to set it up to the outside. This field is a little bit slippery today. We've had some rains. We mentioned, you see he just slipped, and that's Matt Blair coming across in there, and he lays one to him. But it's still a good field position. They're in Viking territory inside of 45.
7 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the first period. No score. Neither team was threatened. Pittsburgh's had the better field position. First down. There's the Liar behind Bradshaw. Fake to Harris, right over the middle. And he hit Frank Lewis waist high, and he couldn't hold on to the bullet pass. He had inside position on Jackie Wallace. I think that's who they're going to work on in the Viking territory.
Well, there's no doubt about that. But also coming on the backfield, and they rarely throw to him, was Rocky Blyer. He was isolated on Wally Hilgenberg, one-on-one. We might watch for that.
There's a little play fake in there, too, just to add to that comment there. There's a play fake. They fake the ball to Franco Harris to try to hold the middle linebacker in so you can throw that down and in over there. And again, you isolate even more the quarterback.
Second down 10 for the Steelers in the Viking 44. This is a draw play, and Harris only a couple of yards, had to fight his way through Minnesota defenders. Doug Sutherland, who now is a starter, he beat out Gary Larson this year. He's from Bud Grant's hometown of Superior, Wisconsin. Alan Page, so far, playing an awesome game at tackle. Now, Bob Lertzema has come in. Going out is Roy Winston. Randy Podel is in, and Terry Brown is in. And they bring out Wright and Hilgenberg. The Wright stays in. They're looking for a pass on 3rd and 8.
Marshall came out then. That was the one.
Bradshaw pass is complete for a first down to Larry Brown, the tight end of Kansas. They don't use him too much, but they got him that time. First down, Steelers.
Again, you see Page, number 88. They're doubling Page. They're coming back in there and getting pretty good this time. Not a great deal of protection, but just enough. The ball was slightly thrown behind Brown. As you said, they haven't used him that much, as you can see by his reception this year, but a real key, I think, today, because they may try to double the two outside receivers because of their speed.
6 minutes to go in the first period, no score. The Steelers are threatening. On first down, Blyer backs over the 25, and met at the 22-yard line by Wally Hilgenberg of Iowa. He was with the Steelers, by the way, in '67.
You know, it's interesting as you look at these two offenses. One likes to run to its right. That is the Minnesota Vikings. Well, when you've got Ron Yary, you like to do it. With John Call for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they like to go left, and they do it very well.
Pittsburgh, 2nd down, 6. They're on the Minnesota 22. Bradshaw played the best quarterback of his career the last month. There's Franco Harris, who's piled up at the 20-yard line. Jim Marshall, young Jeff Seaman from Stanford, the middle linebacker. One of the coming greats of the game. Carl Eller slid over from his left end position. Now it's a 3rd down and 4 for the Steelers. And coming on are Podol, Terry Brown, and Bob Lertzema in the 14-man huddle. And coming out will be Winston, Hilgenberg, and Seaman. They're down 4. They go for it. There's a slant over the head of Frank Lewis. Trying to get inside position. Now Wallace. Bradshaw had a bad pass. He threw it too high.
Well, there was super pressure also. Alan Page moving magnificently. Bob Lertzema coming across. Page constantly coming in, forcing a rather off-balance throw.
Yeah, he threw it too high. That was a low shot of that 5-man line thing they were talking about. We got Page there. That keeps them from doubling anybody. They're trying to get him where they can't double Page.
37-yard field goal attempt by the leading scorer of the American Conference, Roy Girilla. Bobby Walden is holding. And the kick is up, and the kick is no good. Faded to the left on him. Those goalposts were sticking right up there in front of him. It's a gusting wind today. So the Vikings stop them. We have a timeout in New Orleans. The score, 0-0.
Get America rolling. Roll on America, roll. Get on Goodyear radios. Roll on America, roll.
Goodyear wants America on radios, so they're having a nationwide sale on Goodyear double steel-belted radial tires. Save 25%.
Get America rolling. Roll on America, roll.
Now's your chance to get Goodyear's money-saving, gas-saving radial tires at 25% off the regular price.
Get on Goodyear radios and save America, save.
Goodyear wants to put America on the same Goodyear radials that come on new 1975 American cars.
Get on Goodyear radials and save America, save.
Goodyear double steel-belted radials built for long mileage, easy handling, and gasoline saving.
That's good for me.
And for the country. So let's get saving now, America, at participating dealers and Goodyear service stores.
Get on Goodyear radials. Roll on America, roll.
Just before we came back, Roy Girilla was shaking his head about missing that field goal. Vikings ball, 1st down on their 20. Foreman and Osborne behind Fran Tarkenton. And tripped up is Chuck Foreman. Coming up, Andy Russell, the elder statesman of the linebackers. Now Blunt helped him, the right cornerback. Neither team doing much running except that one burst by Rocky Blyer. Minnesota is starting its 4th series. They started from their own 18, from their own 14, from their own 20. Their 3rd series.
They're going into the wind too, Kurt.
Steelers have had some early chances here. Flag is down. Tarkenton getting away. And just throws the ball out of desperation with that furious rush on him. He was trying to hit Dave Osborne, but a flag was dropped in the Minnesota backfield.
Well, I'll tell you, you're seeing as awesome a rush on both sides as you're going to see. Both teams right now, it's a defensive football game. They have totally taken that offense apart, except for the one play you talked about.
That's a motion penalty against Minnesota. Tarkenton with a rollout can negate that rush somewhat. They can't just pinpoint on him. And his rolling out and scrambling ability sometimes can be effective against the rush.
I think it's a real tribute to the defense of Pittsburgh when you see them start this early with that kind of a rollout offense, because they're pretty well saying, hey, we don't know if we can handle you on the straight drop back kind of stuff, so we're going to throw some junk at you today.
Also, Don, when they get him going to that outside, as L.C. Greenwood is playing, they're going to try to bust up between Green and Greenwood. They've got to keep LCN some way.
3rd down and 8 for Minnesota. Pittsburgh declined the motion penalty. No score. 4 minutes remaining in the first period. Tarkenton has attempted 6 passes, hit on 2. Deep sideline pattern. No good. He's out of bounds, being covered by Andy Russell. That's the ideal play for Minnesota to get Gilliam on a linebacker.
Well, it's a zone defense, and when you're taking that short zone, the linebacker would have the front position. He takes the first pop. There would be a deep man. Andy does a super job, by the way.
Couldn't ask for anything more from a linebacker, D-Row, because he's right there. Let's see where that foot. That first one's a little bit out, and so is the second one. So he was out all the way. But
only missed by 2.
Only by 2. Andy Russell covered him really well.
I shied to punt again against the wind. This one is not too deep. Bounding around in Steeler territory, it'll be dead on the Steeler 48-yard line. And right now, let's go down to Charlie Jones.
Third, a program note, the weather turning colder here as the temperature drops, the wind continues to swirl. The weather report, though, is that we will not have any more rain. Next Sunday on NBC, preceding the final round action of the Dean Martin Tucson Open, National Hockey League game will feature the California Seals for the first time on national television against the Blackhawks. Kurt?
Now, Pittsburgh has started on their own 36, their own 37. Minnesota's 44, and now the Steeler 47. They've had excellent position during the entire first period. Flyer playing with shrapnel in his body. Had the Bronze Star and Purple Heart from Vietnam. Hit by Carl Eller first. He slowed him down, then Jeff Wright hopped on top of him. Roger Staubach spent 2 years in Vietnam. And Bob Kelso was killed in action in Vietnam, ex of the Buffalo Bills. His name is on the new county stadium in Buffalo. Bob Curran's suggestion there with the Buffalo Evening News. Pittsburgh on the Minnesota 48. 2nd down, 5, no score. 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Shanklin on a flanker reverse at the 50. You notice the players are slipping today. The late tuners in. It's been raining all morning. Flag is down, double flag down. Nate Wright refused to let that play get outside of him.
Well, when you see that kind of a play early, it does tell you something. It tells you that it's awfully tough inside. I kind of think, Kurt, they've got to begin to attack right up the middle. Here's the pursuit. Good fake to the outside. Sutherland never did see the handoff.
Al, you remember when Kansas City beat Minnesota in the Super Bowl championship? They used a lot of similar kind of plays, the reverses. They had Otis Taylor coming back on the route on the outside. Frank Pitts did the same thing, but Minnesota is a pursuit kind of team. They've depended on their front four a lot in the last few years. The linebackers pursue real strong, so if you usually get around that defensive end, whether it be Eller or Marshall, you've got a pretty good gainer.
The offside penalty against the Vikings. They're going to have a measurement. Having long confabs on these penalties.
Well, we're getting a little bit, what you call slow in moving out here today, but it's all right.
Now, $15,000 for the winner, $7,500 for the loser. They want to be right.
I still think they ought to play them all like it was 2 minutes to go with no timeouts.
That'd be fun.
Is that the way you play them, Don?
Who knows? It's been so long, I forgot.
2nd down and a foot to go. Pittsburgh on the Minnesota 43-yard line. No score, 2:45 remaining in the first period. Delay and then storming through is Harris at the 35. Harris bangs his way inside the 30 to the Minnesota 28. Jim Marshall had to catch it from behind.
Coming right at you. Here's a man that knows how to run. Good move to the inside. They block Eller to the inside.
Good block by Blyer there.
Perfect block.
On Seaman, and he's doing it. Look at Marshall chasing from the other side, Dero.
Yeah, that's great pursuit by the elderly Marshall. Pittsburgh's ball, 1st down on the Viking 29. One scoring chance for the Steelers. They missed a 37-yard field goal. We're approaching 2 minutes to go in the first period. Bradshaw, the bootleg at the 25-20, and he skipped out of bounds. A very dangerous runner. He's a 3rd running back in the backfield.
I was checking some of these pregame statistics, and his average gain per carry is like 5.7, but there's no way that was an option. He was going to run with it from the beginning. Had a good flow. You see him trying to get direct a little traffic there. Skips over right coming up. Lost his balance a little, but he's going to go out of bounds. This is the extra ingredient that a big quarterback has.
He weighs 220 pounds and can move out.
Well, the Steelers have got to get the score now. They've had excellent field position this entire quarter, and time is moving on.
Pittsburgh's ball now. Down to Minnesota 18 with a first down. No score late in the first period. Franco Harris stopped maybe for no gain. And it was Doug Sutherland who hit him there. Second down, 10 to go.
It's probably early to say this, but it appears right now that they are trying to attack both Sutherland and Carl Eller. Now, Carl is a very good, experienced player. Maybe they feel like for some reason or other that he plays upfield too much. They can get in, snot up, and put more pressure on Sutherland. But at least in this first quarter, they've gone in that direction more often than not.
Bradshaw's been ticked off all week and accused of being a dumb player. He said, I have good football sense, and his teammates say the same. Franco Harris, he was stopped at the 16-yard line as he tried to spin away from Alan Page first, then Wally Hilgenberg wrapped him up.
Jeff Seaman appears to have one major assignment, and that assignment is number 32. Wherever Franco goes, that's where he goes. Now we might watch again this maneuver. Going in with 6 defensive backs, we'll see the 2 linebackers coming out. We might look for Larry Brown, number 87.
Harry Brown and Randy Podel are in. The 2 men went in. Third down and 8. The 2 outside linebackers came out. Pittsburgh converted 1 out of 4 third down chances. Into the corner it goes, and it's picked away by Jackie Wallace. Jackie Wallace of Arizona on the taxi squad last year. They say you can pick on him, but that was a brilliant play by Wallace of the University of Arizona. And again, Roy Girilla's coming on for a field goal attempt. This will probably be a 33-yard attempt. Let's see where they spot it up. It's on the 23 of Vikings. 33-yard attempt. Second field goal try for the Steelers. They've had the better chances here in the first period with the wind at their back. Fumble. Walden picks it up. He's hemmed in. Down he goes. And again, the Steelers blow a scoring opportunity. Jeff Seaman got him. A low pass could not be handled cleanly by Walden.
There it was. The snap was just slightly to the inside. The ball may have been a little wet.
A little bit low, I think, too. You see Walden, he almost gets to the outside and slips on the turf, Nero.
Yep.
And again, they skid and slip around here on the artificial surface of the Tulane Stadium. First down for Minnesota. And right now they're leading some cat lives here in the first period. May change when they get the wind in the second quarter. Gilliam and Lash are in a slot right. Tarkenton is throwing most of the time. And he hands it off. And this Pittsburgh defense is tough. Osborne is stopped. Oakland had only 29 yards rushing in the entire game in the championship game of the American Football Conference. That was Mad Dog Dwight White making the stop.
He's been sick all week. We know it. They said he's going to go as far as he possibly can. There's no way when you get this chance to play in the Super Bowl that you're going to miss it.
That's true, especially a guy like Dwight White. There you go, Dwight White, because he is a super football player, very competitive.
And there's the gun. That's the end of the first period. The score, Pittsburgh nothing, Minnesota nothing.
Bobby.
Special sauce, cheese, pickles, onions. McDonald's Big Mac, a good big sandwich with a great big taste.
Hi, I'm Fran Tarkenton. You know, when the pressure's on, you just got to scramble to do the job. And right now, the pressure's on all of us to conserve America's energy. So we've got to drive under 55 miles per hour. Keep our thermostats down to 68. And look for new ways to save all the energy we can. Remember, the pressure's on. Please, don't be foolish.
Fran Tarkenton and the preceding announcement furnished to the public service by the National Football League. Kurt Gowdy, L.D. Rogatis, Don Meredith, and Charlie Jones take you into the second period. Minnesota did not make 1 yard rushing in the first quarter and 20 yards passing. Pittsburgh had 61 yards rushing, 18 passing, a total of 79 yards. Second down, 9 to go for the Vikings on their 23. No score. Tarkenton rolling away, under the gun, flips it quickly out to Chuck Foreman, and there's the man that the Steelers will have to stop this afternoon. He led all the running backs in pro football in per average of catching passes.
Chuck Foreman, 53 receptions, 15 touchdowns, 9 by the rush, 6 by the pass, out of the backfield. One of Fran's big plays, and Joe Green is giving him pursuit.
But he's still rolling out to the outside, Al, and that's, I think, going to be a key. They didn't make a yard rushing, as Kurt just said, but this, the Foreman, he's the double guy. He can catch it and he can run with it, too. So we're going to have to see. They've got the wind behind them now, Kurt.
Right, Don. First down. Vikings under 35, their first down. Tarkenton rolling out again.
Two boys open.
And it's tipped in the air, and Wagner was going for it, 23, and couldn't quite get it.
A lot of people have criticized Tarkenton throughout his career. 14 years, I guess he's going to do this year. One of the criticisms has been he's too short. Never could play. Get a big tall defensive line against him. He can't throw over him. Twice today we've had people knock the ball down. Ernie Holmes is coming in right there.
That's Andy Maurer.
And 35. Let's see who does knock it down. It wasn't Ernie Holmes, I know that.
Okay, first, it's now 2nd and 10. Again, Fran likes the unusual. Keep your eye on Lambert. He again may try to go straight at him.
That front four of Pittsburgh, Greenwood 6'6 and a half, Joe Green 6'4, Holmes is 6'3, White 6'5. Second down 10 for the Vikings. Oh, look at that, Ernie Holmes. Look at that charge at Holmes on Dave Osborne. He almost tackled the ball, the quarterback, and the runner at the same time.
We're seeing just beautiful defense. Andy Maurer has moves to the inside.
Trying to cut him off, D-Roll. He didn't make that cutoff block.
Ernie Holmes. Quick trap did not work.
Old Arrowhead.
That's Old Arrowhead. He's got got an arrow right on top of his head. That's the way it's shaved or something. I think he's the most underrated lineman they've got out there. Oh, we've heard a lot about all of them. Ernie Holmes we've heard about too. But he's going to be in the middle of things all day. Ernie Holmes.
That's why he has his hair cut in the shape of an arrow for an identity.
That's right. We're all seeking identity somewhere along the line.
He just got it there. And the ball rush. Third down. Look at this rush on him. Look at this. Look at this. He's going to have to unload. And it is nearly intercepted by Andy Russell. It was meant for Gilliam and Russell. 34 was right in front of him. What a pass rush those Steelers have.
Oh, yeah, that's really going to cause them trouble all day. If they can't run, then they're really in trouble.
The Steelers were number 1, 52 sacks. The Rams were second in the league. A little tempers over here against the sideline. That's Lambert, John Gilliam, Glenn Edwards. In punt formation now is Eyeshide. He's been a busy punter today. Backer Lynn Swan, the rookie. Glenn Edwards, double safety for the Steelers. Eyeshide has the wind at his back this period. It's coming to Edwards at the flag drop. He's at the 30, 35. And another flag goes down. A double flag. And that flag started down before Edwards caught the ball.
Yeah, it did.
Pittsburgh does not fair catch. They had only 3 fair catches all year. They like to run up in a punt and gamble. Well, let's see what this one's about. We just started the second period. There's no score. The Steelers have dominated the statistics. They've tried 2 field goals. Got one off, missed, couldn't get the second one off. didn't cash in on their opportunities in the first period. Minnesota's not had a scoring chance.
Maybe I'm giving too much attention to the weather, but I thought Pittsburgh outplayed them really heavy in the first quarter, but did not score, which I think is maybe important, because I think the wind will be a factor, and we'll see what happens if Minnesota's got the wind at their back.
This penalty is going against Pittsburgh. The Vikings, Fran Tarkenton's on the phone. Jerry Burns is upstairs for the Vikings, the offensive coach.
Son of a preacher man, there he is.
Franco Harris says, what's this all about? Hilgenberg's coming in now to talk to him. He'll get a signal. The personal foul. Tripping against the Steelers. And now, for the first time, the Steelers are set back deep in their own territory. They're on their 14. The first down. They've established the running game. They've had 61 yards rushing so far. Bradshaw gives the ball to Franco Harris, and he rumbles around. He's up to the 20. See how he can get outside? When he gathers that momentum, he can accelerate. He's taken out by Jeff Siemens, the middle linebacker.
Part of the attitude must be that they're going to try to get to the outside of Carl Eller.
In a reverse.
That little step and that little roll around got just enough of the flow to the inside to get the big man out.
You saw Winston didn't quite get there either. That was number 60 that came there. Going around Eller on that outside, but they got the good gain on that first down play.
Now, Don, the Steelers have their kid receivers in. Stallworth on the left, 82. Swan, 88 on the right. And they're both burners. Excellent rookie outside receivers. Steelers are deep. 4 excellent receivers. Bradshaw fading. Here it is, deep to Stallworth. Right. Deep. And it is broken up by Jackie Wallace. He nearly gathered it in, but not quite. But he had Stallworth, the rookie of Alabama A&M, smothered down the sideline.
Kirchie hit it right on the nose. They did have their speedsters in, but I got to give a lot of credit to this Wallace because he had great position on where that ball was coming from and the receiver. And a defensive back, I am told, and I really do believe it, it's one of the most difficult positions to play because there's so many rules that permit them from getting physical. They've got to play this whole thing out of finesse. He had good position all the way down that time.
All right, the 14-man huddle, they break out of it. Winston, Hilgenberg, and Seaman come out. Terry Brown, Podel in the secondary, and Lertzema to rush the passer.
And the 5-man line.
3rd down and 4. Bradshaw setting up, fires, and it's good to the 31-yard line. Immediately a flag is dropped. Lynn Swan, who catches the ball, he's an acrobatic rookie. Flag has been dropped.
Could be a mask, grabbing a face mask. Because that flag went down immediately.
Pittsburgh. Offensive pass interference. You don't see that one too often. He might have pushed off on him. Let's watch it.
One of the things, when they've got the 5-man line, they usually got man-to-man coverage back here. You'll see Swan coming up, giving a little push off. He's bigger than Wright, comes back in, gives himself position. Good call by the official.
Well, I'd have to dispute it, but if you say so,
nobody's
okay.
perfect. I just, that's why we talk about the defensive backs. They've done a tough job back there, Al, because they can't use those hands. They're really usually looking for them. That time, to me, the offensive receiver did push off with the defensive back. Chew that gum, bud.
It was called on Swan. 3rd down. 14 to go. No score in this game. 13-15 remaining in the first half. Here's a draw play to Flyer. The ball pops loose. Who's got it? Looks like the Vikings. On first turnover.
And a biggie.
Randy Podel on it. Flyer had it top loose, and Randy Podel, the rookie of Stanford, recovered. And here's the Vikings' first scoring chance.
All right, the thing they're trying to do with the draw, they're going conservative with the draw rather than throw. A play right there. Brocky Blyer fumbles, can't get the handle on it. Krause misses it. It comes back up. Bolden gets it.
Well, Minnesota's ball now. First down. They're on the Pittsburgh 24. First time the Vikings have been in Pittsburgh territory. Tarkenton, an opportunist. Vikings play it this way. They wait for mistakes.
They've got to run, though, Kurt. They're not doing that. Look at that defensive line and the defensive unit of Pittsburgh. Man, they're all over it.
Jack Ham and Lambert hitting Dave Osborne. We're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network. NBC back with you in New Orleans. Second down 8. Minnesota's ball in the Pittsburgh 22. A bruising defensive battle so far.
And a man that's always in the middle of it is number 27, Glenn Edwards. Run or pass, he's there.
Gilliam is flanked right. Jim Lash to the left. Minnesota's had to move in the air. They faked the draw play. Tarkenton throws a shorty out, and it is incomplete, intended for Chuck Foreman, who had slithered out of the backfield and gone to the sideline. Let's see if Wagner was holding on this one.
Well, he's only pretty good. I don't know what you're going to call that. What they're trying to do is, again, double those two outside receivers. They don't really feel that Stu Boyd has the speed to tear him up that much down the middle. I think Tarkenton was looking for Boyd at that time, and they did have him pretty well covered, and he had to come back to a secondary receiver, which was Foreman.
He also very much respects that middle of that secondary. He's going to the outside. He's staying away from those two boys. They move to the ball extremely well.
3rd and 8. Tarkenton, under ferocious pressure, has hit only 3 out of 11. A slot left now. 3rd and 8 for the Vikings. This pass is too high for Chuck Foreman. Down around the 5-yard line. Mike Wagner, the strong safety, was there with him. 4th and 8. And coming on is Fred Cox, who hit 12 out of 20 field goals this year. And I don't believe Tarkenton has looked at many more pass rushes like this one that he's had to go against today.
I don't think he's seen that many of them either. You're seeing they're having a little talk here on the sideline, but they were really well covered downfield, and he was still getting a pretty good rush.
Paul Krause will hold. This will be a 39-yard attempt by Fred Cox. Cox's kick is up, and that kick is no good to the right. Pittsburgh has blown 2 scoring opportunities. Minnesota has blown 1. So it continues. A defensive struggle in the score. Minnesota nothing, Pittsburgh nothing.
Hey, Zach, I need a good sideline shot. Do what I can, man.
When you're shooting football, you know what's coming. Action. And like anything else, doing it right takes a special quality. Call it pride.
I really am sorry about your arm, man.
The Budweiser people have that kind of pride, too.
When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
A recent nationwide survey asked independent TV service technicians about color TV. Here's what happened. This brand was named more than any other as the color TV needing fewest repairs. This brand was named as having the best picture. And this brand, the color TV they would buy today. The names, Zenith. 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 Shouldn't your next color TV be a Zenith? At Zenith, the quality goes in before the name goes on.
Mac Davis steps out for another lively hour with Rich Little, Nanette Fabre, and Ray Charles. The Mac Davis Show, Thursday night at 8, 7 Central Time on NBC.
The Steeler defense continuing to play the way they did against Oakland. Oakland had 29 yards rushing the whole game. The Vikings have been held to 1 yard rushing in this game net. First down. Pittsburgh on their 22. Rocky Blair, he's buried under right at the 22-yard line. And Jeff Seaman, number 50, quickly brought him down. Second down, 10 for Pittsburgh. Just under 12 minutes remaining in the first half. NBC hopes you're enjoying Super Bowl IX. Steelers had problems with their offense during the first part of the season, but only 7 teams scored more than 300 points this year. In the NFL, the Steelers were 1. They came on strong the latter part of the season. The defense, great all year long. Franco Harris and the Vikings stop him.
The way it's going.
That's 60. Roy Winston,
and the
Louisiana State.
The way it's going, Kurt, it may well be the defense of either team that might do the scoring in this game or set up that situation. We saw the fumble earlier. We may see the interception also.
Coming in again are Terry Brown and Randy Podell in the secondary. Bob Lertzema up front. Hilgenberg, Winston, and Seaman go out. All 3 linebackers. Third down, 8 for Pittsburgh from their 24. Bradshaw, quick with the Stallworth. A speedster is brought down, first down, and he's 46. Listen, he can shake it.
You bet he can.
Okay, let's look at this from the ground. That's as close as you're going to get to Terry. Bradshaw, very cool, very confident. Put it right where you should put it. This is going to be a great football player, that Stallworth.
Yeah, he's got the best hands, I'm told, as anybody on the league. I'm told that about Bradshaw, but the guy is a rookie. He was right there at the right spot. The little breaking down end pattern has the best effect of eliminating a good, strong rush. These guys are rushing hard all day. If you can throw it quick over their heads, they're not going to come as fast.
Bradshaw said he was going to set up a little shorter today than usual. He has. That's Flyer. Flyer has a hole, and he's into Minnesota territory at the Minnesota 48, where Jeff Seaman hung it on him.
We saw him in the Rose Bowl. Now we see him in the Super Bowl. Jeff Seaman, and he is an excellent middle linebacker.
He's hanging in the middle, but look at that job they're doing on him in there. He's trying to cut back. You know, I think you mentioned something earlier, D-Row. They're keying an awful lot on Franco Harris, which you'd expect.
Right.
If Rocky Blau can have a good day, it's sure going to change the complexion of this ballgame.
Pittsburgh on the Minnesota 48 with a second down, 4. No score. Franco Harris. Harris to the Minnesota 46-yard line. Roy Winston and Jeff Seaman combined.
Carl Eller, again, one time an awesome figure. Maybe not what he was, but still an excellent one. Gordon Gravel drives him to the inside. Good block.
They're trying to hook Eller in or out. They're definitely working on him. They've been trying to work on Jackie Wallace in the secondary. Wallace won't have any part of it. He's been excellent on defense in the secondary. All right, here's Stallworth coming out to the left. It's third down and a yard to go. He's the only wide man out. Two tight ends are in. The quick pitch to Flyer. Flyer stops. Oh, there's a great hit for you by Jeff Seaman, who's ranging sideline to sideline. Jeff Seaman, number 50.
Seaman, middle linebacker for the Vikings. Lambert, middle linebacker for Pittsburgh. Both real keys. Look at the pursuit here. Winston, number 60, is going to come up, but it's Seaman that throws that first hit in there. That's Winston is the outside linebacker on that side. They both get him a big play for him because they're moving a little bit on him. You've got to have something to slow him down.
Pittsburgh has outgained the Vikings by far, but the Vikings continue to make key defensive plays. In punt formation, Bobby Walden, second leading punt average of a career of the active players in the National Football League, kicking against the wind. Shell and Garrett are the outside men going down for the Steelers. Hanging this one up, end over end. It is bounding around, taken on the 6-yard line.
Wow. Not a good move
Dan
there.
McCullum, a rookie, tried to grab that when they called a fair catch up around the 15. And now the Vikings pin back deep again. Let's take a timeout here at Tulane Stadium. It is still 0-0.
Folks, the deals are fantastic at the Car Clearance Carnival. This week only, buy or lease a 75 Plymouth Duster or Dodge Dart Swinger. Make your best deal with the dealer, and then Chrysler Corporation will send you $200 on top of that. And hey, here's a trade-in bonus. If you own any Pinto or Vega, come down by Wednesday. Trade for that new Duster or Swinger, and we'll send you another $100. It's a carnival of values at your Dodge and Chrysler Plymouth dealers.
Okay, we're out here to protect Herbie and his family with life insurance. Let's go to work. Close up those financial holes. Block out money problems. Stop those retirement worries. Now get yourself financial security, Herbie. You've got it, Herbie! You've got it!
Where the name of the game is life, there's New York life.
The Vikings come out with a first down on their 7-yard line. Gilliam and Lash are in a slot right. Minnesota's not moved on the ground. Stopped cold by the Steelers. Foreman. He squirms for a couple of 3 yards out to his 10-yard line. Number 47, Mel Blunt, the right cornerback of Southern University. Andy Russell, the right cornerback, were on that hit. On the 10-yard line, a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7. Chuck Foreman second-string tight end Doug Kiesrider and Jim Lash have played in 2 successive Super Bowls in their first 2 years in the NFL. They must think it's easy.
Yeah, they'll get spoiled if you don't watch them. 3 out of 12 ain't a good day.
Second down 7. A safety! A safety, and Pittsburgh has scored. Osborne and Tarkenton were going for it. Got away from Tarkenton. Greenwood was putting the heat on, and it's a safety.
All right. Only we've been seeing this. It looks like the things are physically. That's Dwight White coming in after Fran. It's a mix-up, obviously, in the handoff. But, you know, he saved himself 5 points by jumping on it because he could have been a touchdown the other way.
So now we'll have the free kick from the 20, and our first score is a safety.
Be a fake, and the thing just slipped out of his hand. We'll never know.
All right, before they line up for the free kick, again, it's Pittsburgh 2 and Minnesota nothing.
On December 5th, 1973, at a rifle range outside Los Angeles, a high-powered .30 caliber rifle was fired at a distance of 40 yards to try and open this master padlock. The master lock model number 15 sustained considerable damage, but did not open. Repeat, did not open. Whatever your protection needs, there's a master lock ready to do the job.
1956. Grooves are cut into runways to help channel water away. 1966. Grooves are cut into freeways to help improve traction on wet roads. 1975. Goodyear presents the new polysteel radial, Bigfoot, with 8 wide grooves specially designed to help channel water away, and a high-traction rubber that really grips on roads wet or dry. Bigfoot, the polysteel radial, keeps its feet even in the rain.
And it's been the steel curtain so far for the Steelers. Greenwood, Green, Holmes, and White up front. Now deep we have Harrison, Swan, and on the near side, Dick Tons receives this free kick. Bounding around. And it is Harrison gambling and trying to dive for it. It goes out of bounds. It'll be the Steelers' ball. First down, Pittsburgh at their own 35-yard line. Let's check the offensive yardage for both teams so far. 7 minutes and 2 seconds remain in the first half of the Super Bowl. 2-0 Pittsburgh. They have the young receivers in. They'll play a lot today. They were going to rely on them, Stallworth and Swan. They've nearly beaten out Lewis and Shanklin the latter part of the season. Bradshaw on a play action. Flips it to Blyer. Blyer out of bounds at the 40. Blyer had to come back for the ball. He might have gone farther. Roy Winston right there with him.
Another play action pass. You see him fake the ball to Harris first. That's to hold those linebackers in there. Eller lets Blyer go by the ball. I think he's thrown a little bit behind him. So in the bottom of the 4th inning, it looks like Pittsburgh's ahead 2-0.
Well, they've had good defense, good pitching,
You bet.
strong
Good
down the
pitching.
middle,
The
good double
curveball's
play.
working inside out. Throw a knuckle at him every now and then. Make the high hopper work.
Second down 5. Get you on Monday Night Baseball.
Son of a gun. Here it comes. Look out. Hilgenberg.
Hilgenberg hanging on to him, drops him at the 42-yard line of the Steelers. 3rd and 3. The Steelers have had 126 yards total offense to 36 for Minnesota.
From the ground, let's take a look at it. The footing's a bit difficult. Franco is not quite the traction that we've seen him move. Hilgenberg holds on well. There was a pretty good gainer there.
Yeah, he did his job. You know, Hilgenberg goes up. He's got to close it to the inside. They pull Mullins out to go and lead that thing. They just didn't get him out there quick enough to kick Hilgenberg out.
3rd and 3 for the Steelers. Their safety, by the way, is the first in Super Bowl history. So we have a history maker today.
I like to be part of first.
Here's a quick pitch to Stallworth. Great play by Jackie Wallace. Wallace right on top of it, had a dive note, and made a tremendous hit on Stallworth.
So far today, and he's made 2 great defensive plays. You see, now Stallworth had taken a couple of steps forward. That wasn't too good a fake to let you know I'm going to go deep. So that's going to let Wallace key on him quicker, and he did. He came up as soon as he saw him go back. They obviously know that Pittsburgh has this kind of play. he made a good defensive play to come up in there. Wallace also made a good play on him on Star Wars a while ago when he went deep.
All right, he's back now along with Sam McCullum. It's 4th down and 9, and the Vikings should have pretty fair position, operating position when they get this ball, unless something happens at the line of scrimmage. Kick. Boomed out by Walden, backing up the toe. That's a great kick against the wing. McCullum at the 15 to the 20, and they don't get that position. A low driving spiral that you need against the wind, and Walden did it. 49-yard punt by veteran Bobby Walden. Right now, let's get down to Charlie Jones.
Talking about the wind, you've been talking about it. Actually, it's a high wind because if you check the flags in the corners of the field, it's really not blowing that much. Here's a program note. NBC next Saturday and Sunday will be in Tucson for the Dean Martin Tucson Open. Looking forward to that one.
All right, Charlie, 1st down. Vikings on their 20. They're behind 2-0. They have not been able to move with their offense. Been all passes. Brilliant pass is over the head of John Gilliam. Flag is down.
Got old Mel Blunt.
You may have a holding here in the secondary. Gilliam trying to get open. At the Viking 35. Let's see what they call.
I think it's going to be interference against Blunt, and every Super Bowl needs a Mel Blunt in it. He was the guy that came out early this week and said, oh, yeah, of course, there are 2 or 3 teams better in the AFC than Minnesota, but we're looking forward to playing them anyway.
That's like Namath when they played the Colts in Super Bowl III said, oh, there's better quarterbacks in the American Football League than Earl Morrill.
But if you can do it, it ain't bragging.
That's right. 1st down, Minnesota on their 35. 2-0, Pittsburgh ahead. 5 minutes to go in the 1st half. Osborne stopped it, just can't run on it. That's L.C. Greenwood, or Dwight White, 78 on him. For a man that's been in the hospital all week, he's playing quite a game.
They must have fed him well.
And for a situation where the interception becomes a big factor, this is where the Steelers like to get you. They like to have you in a long yardage situation. That big rush will be coming, that secondary that moves so very well.
Alan, Don, let me ask you, think the Vikings will be able to run it all anytime during this game against them?
If I were quarterback for the Vikings, I'd be worried about it right now.
2nd down, 11. Lashley spread out to the left. Tarkenton rolling
He's
right.
got him open down the middle.
They had a man open that time. Chuck Foreman. They put their wide receivers left, then rotated right and hit Foreman coming out of the backfield.
You know, I think he came back. He's going to be short of that 1st down, which is another key thing. Let's throw out an old cliche. Oh, it's a game of inches here, folks, in America. And let's see what Foreman did. He did catch a rollout pattern. He had Gilliam open back across the middle. Much easier to see from up here than down there. I don't know where he went out of bounds, but it is very close for that 1st down. I think he's a little bit short.
I believe so, too. He's just short of the 45. Tarkenton was over there, but they want to measure for sure.
Yeah, it's one of the things, Kurt. You spend a lot of time all year, and actually, you know, a lot of these guys have been in here like Fran for 14 years. Little things, little details that you try to pick up. If you're in a situation, especially if that had been 3rd down, it could be very costly. If you're going down, you're going to catch the ball, guys. Let's get us the 1st down out of this thing. It's not going to help us that much to be 4th down and short like that. And it looks to me they're going to be a little bit short on this one. Maybe I'm wrong. And I am, I think. It'll be the first time I've been wrong since 1968.
Since the Pregame
record,
show.
I remember it well. Yes. I was wrong.
Chuck Knox.
Yes, I thought he was right. But he was wrong for 9 years. What'd I tell you? Adios.
4 minutes and 23 seconds to go in the 1st half. Steelers leading 2-0. It'll be a 3rd down play on the 45-yard line. Vikings have not converted on 5 3rd down occasions. Gilliam comes out, and Kingsrider will join Stu Voigt as a double tight end situation. 3rd down and inches to go. Now they're holding something up, waiting for a chain to get set across the way, and they get the Vikings back in the huddle.
Well, Fran's going for the 1st down, but we do know the son of the preacher man likes to gamble. He won't do it here, Donald, though.
He won't? You know, I think he's already got in his mind. He says, I got to go to my junk stuff today. because I don't think he thinks he can beat them straight out.
It had only 3 yards rushing. All he needs a couple of inches here for a critical play. Foreman has it. Chuck Foreman dives for the first down and gets it. And the Vikings now can continue their drive. Minnesota's ball on their 46-yard line. Chuck Foreman was the man the Steelers feared today, especially coming out of the backfield to catch passes. They knew they had to stop him. He didn't play much running back at the University of Miami. He was a wide receiver. So he has the instinct and the sense to come out and maneuver.
Was he their leading receiver this year? Foreman's the leading receiver and like the leading rusher also. And then on the other side you got Franco Harris is the second leading receiver and the leading rusher. So they both use their fullback.
Vikings ball first down out of a slot left formation. Tarkenton rolling right against it. He flips it out and nobody's there. He just got rid of it. They are not calling illegally grounding a forward pass, arguing on that. Ernie Holmes said, look, he just threw it away. Nobody there.
I think he did.
Well, I'm pretty sure he did, but it's one of those things I guess it's hard to call. It's almost an insult. You say you can't tell whether it's a throwaway or not. I used to throw a lot of those.
Well, here's a good look at it. Ron Yeri is getting excellent position.
He's trying to go deep now, and he can't get deep, and he's getting too much pressure. You're right, so he just throws it away.
Look at that Greenwood right in there on
it.
Those were some of your good passes.
That was awful. They call my best passes as intentional grounding.
Second down 10. Pittsburgh ahead 2-0 late in the second period. Pittsburgh fans are booing. They thought they should have called the illegal grounding. Tarkenton tried to give it to Foreman for a run and a couple of yards to the 48 of Minnesota. Number 78 is Dwight White, aided by Jack Lambert, the rookie middle linebacker. Now it's a 3rd and 8 for the Vikings.
There are times when folks get the feeling that maybe we talk too much about Joe Green, but the way this big, quick man plays that hole on the outside shoulder of the guard, in the gap, he's generally positioning himself so at least 2 and sometimes 3 people are concerned. There he is, Mean Joe, about the moves that he'd make.
He might line up halfway facing the center. He likes to blast him and then move on in. He weighs 275 and very quick. Again, that slot left. 3rd and 8 for the Vikings from their own 48. Tarkenton trying to go, and he's got it for a first down. Bounced up and right back again. So that's the one combination that's working for the Vikings. Tarkenton to Foreman.
Whenever you get out in a formation like this, you're pretty well said, I'm not going to run, but you also can dictate pretty well what kind of defensive coverage you're going to get. He hit him right in the hands. He bobbled it. Was fortunate enough for it to come back down in his hands. He picked it up, and they got a first down.
Let's look at that entire zone. This is a beautiful call by Fran. The inside move, you'll see it right there on J.T. Thomas. Little volleyball shot.
First down Vikings, 36-yard line of the Steelers. Foreman tripped up as he stumbled forward to the 31-yard line. He's the leading ball carrier for the Vikings with 10 yards.
That's their longest run of the day right there, I
4
think.
yards. L.C. Greenwood brought him down. We're going to be approaching a 2-minute warning in a minute. It is on the 31-yard line at Pittsburgh, 2nd down 6. Ed Marinero has replaced Chuck Foreman now. And the 2-minute warning has been flashed to Grant and Knoll. And the score, Pittsburgh 2, Minnesota nothing.
Jim, when you were completely gray, you did look much older. You look so much better with just a touch of gray.
Grecian Formula 16. It's practically clear. As easy to use as water. No mess. Use it every day until you slowly, gradually get rid of just as much gray as you want. Some of it, most of it, or all of it. Then once a week or so to keep it that way.
I use Lady Grecian Formula, and he doesn't even know it.
Grecian Formula 16 and Lady Grecian Formula.
You fight fires for a living. And for fun, you fight firemen, letting off a little steam, having a good time. And drinking the only beer with gusto, Schlitz. Those people only know one way to brew it, the right way. Life's too short to settle for less. Go for the gusto, or don't go at all.
Whoa! Hold it! Freeze! Peter Buck here to remind you that I'll be back with NBC Sports starting January 5th, bringing you exciting NHL hockey.
5 out of 15 for Tarkenton. He'll come back to the line of scrimmage now with a 2nd and 6. Chuck Foreman lost his shoe. That's why Marinero came in to replace him, 49. Marinero is an excellent receiver also coming out of the backfield. Marinero and Osborne. Pittsburgh ahead 2-0 as we head into the last 2 minutes of the first half. Tarkenton throwing it out, and it is complete to Stu Boyd at the 27-yard line of Pittsburgh. Boyd, the tight end.
Okay, once again, pressure, and how does the quarterback handle it? Ernie Holmes gets around Maurer, gets also around Mick Tinglehoff, puts big pressure. Francis took a little duck and released it and completed it.
That was his sidearm curve and slipped in there in good shape. But, you know, you got to have all those pitches to stay in the big leagues for that long, man. He's 14 years, and now when we were around him, it was they did need to get it down a little bit closer to stop the clock, and that's what it did. They're really getting great pressure, though.
2nd down, 2. Or 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. Vikings on the Pittsburgh 27. Foreman's back in. Foreman and Osborne. They'll try and throw it, and it's a quick hit to the 25. He may have a first down. Catching the ball is Osborne. They only wanted those 2 or 3 yards. Jack Lambert hit him. First down for the Vikings, and they're just chipping away, picking away with short passes. All rollouts, no setting up back there, trying to get away from that pass rush. Targeted rolling right, rolling right, rolling right.
And as he continues that rolling right, remember, he loves the surprise, and every once in a while he explodes John Gilliam.
Vikings have all their timeouts left. They're on the 25-yard line. Ball popped high in the air in the end zone.
Oh.
And the Steelers intercept.
Oh. Hey, that's got to be super. You talk about some coverage. He did have Gilliam open down there. Good protection this time. We're isolated on Gilliam going across the middle. Zero, help me. I don't know who it was.
Well, he goes right at the teeth of it. We said earlier.
He's open there. Look at him.
He was going away from it, but watch the safety man, Glenn Edwards, always coming. That is a pop.
It was Edwards, a good pop. It bounced up in the air. Mel Blunt's 47 over there. He's watching it come through.
Super.
As Osborne makes that tackle, you saw Blunt slip a little bit.
All with 1:07 to go in the first half. Pittsburgh has its first takeaway. Each team has had 1 turnover.
Bradshaw still got it.
Trying to get outside. They got him.
He better put that ball away.
He hugs that ball inside. Jim Marshall brought him down.
You know, you never know what I don't know what they got called. Let's look at it from an end zone camera. He's faking to Franco. If our game against Oakland, Bradshaw had the ball out in one hand. Could have been a big fumble. He's trying to run to the outside. Can't get anywhere. Bryant's coming up. No, that's Wright's coming up. Almost. No, he says, I'm sorry. I'm going to just lay down here for a minute. That's Marshall that finally gets him.
Well, let me say this. 2-0 sounds like a dull football game, but it is one of the best defensive football games I've seen, at least this first half. Both teams have been just outstanding.
56 seconds to go. And the Vikings call the timeout. They have 2 left. They want the ball back again.
You bet. And they got that win in the face of the Pittsburgh team. But what are they going to do? They need to poke them down. They had pretty good position that last time. They could have very possibly gotten a field goal. We'd have had a 3-2 working here at halftime.
Franco Harris is 36 yards. Rocky Blyer has 44 yards in rushing. Bradshaw is 5 out of 9. The leading rusher, which tells the story of the Pittsburgh defense, the leading rusher for Minnesota is Chuck Foreman with 10 yards. And Tarkenton is 7 out of 18. It's 2-0. Bud Grant take his club into the locker room and try and do something to nudge Pittsburgh open. This is Franco Harris. Harris is up to the 15, to the 20, 25, and goes out of bounds. He's carried out of bounds by Krause and Wallace, but it's a first down for the Steelers, and also they stop the clock.
Franco Harris, big, awesome. Jim Marshall makes too much of an inside move there. Jerry Mullins paid no attention to him. Good block on Hilgenberg by Mullins. Big man from Penn State takes off. Good play.
Franco Harris is 65 yards rushing.
I think he's going to be a good football player, don't you, Kurt?
He may make it.
You don't think that? You should lead the booth.
I guess.
2-0, Pittsburgh ahead, 49 seconds to go in the first half. Steelers first down. Flyer hit quickly by Seaman, who's been a standout for the Vikings today.
Boy, that's for sure. He's really playing great football in there.
Rocky lost a yard. Second down, 9.
I think on the play before, the Vikings expected Steelers to try to run the clock out sort of thing into the inside, and we did get a good shot of Marshall closing in real fast. Seaman was probably caught up in the middle, too, because he didn't get out for the pursuit on that play before when Harris made his big run.
Steelers in their own territory. Do not call a timeout. They have their full complement left. Bradshaw scrambling out of the pocket. 35 to the 40. Breaks it at the 45. Still going. Slammed at the 50 and is stopped at the 50-yard line.
What's going on now?
Still going, but they blew him dead back at the 50. It's back at the 50, Terry. Oh, he's a horse.
I think that's the end of the first half.
And that's the end of the first half. Bradshaw said they never stopped me. He was trying to get out of bounds and go for that field goal. So that's the end of the first half from New Orleans. And our score is Pittsburgh 2, Minnesota nothing.
Can you believe
People call me cheap. Wrong. Thrifty. Like the time I called Xerox. Collect. And found out about their 4500 copier. It's the only one that copies on both sides of the same sheet of paper, automatically. And then sorts what it copied. The Xerox 4500 saves me paper, filing space, mailing costs time, and money. Now you tell me, is that cheap or thrifty?
Boeing has been getting people together almost since man learned to fly.
Man left the ground with a whirling sound. He took to the sky 'cause he wanted to fly in those beautiful flying ships, taking historic trips, bringing you friends that you've known through the years. Now and forever, getting people together wherever we go. Together we go.
Can you imagine what air travel would be like if there hadn't been a Boeing?
Almost every hour of every day, there's a 747 flying your way. Take off.
Boeing. We've been getting people together for almost 60 years.
The Dean Martin Tucson Open begins an exciting season of big-name exciting golf tournaments on NBC. Next Saturday and Sunday, join us for all the action. Then, the Bob Hope Desert Classic. More big names and beautiful coverage. Saturday and Sunday, February 8th and 9th. NBC Sports, #1 in live coverage.
No, that's not a spaceship from Mars. That's the Superdome, which is supposed to be ready for this game, but wasn't. Delayed over $150 million, but what a structure that's going to be. 2-0. Pittsburgh scored on a safety. Tarkenton recovered a fumble in his end zone. 7:11 to go in the half, and that's been it. Halftime band, the Grambling State University Band, in a salute to Duke Ellington. They'll be also helped by the Duke Ellington Band, directed by Mercer Ellington. We'll have halftime activities in just a moment. Right now, we pause for station identification.
Burt Lancaster stars in Elzana's Raid, Monday night at 9, 8 Central Time.
Continuing the tradition of halftimes at Super Bowls, we have an outstanding one for you here. We thought with the possibility, the rain, as you know, that we've talked about, that we had earlier today, that we might not be able to have all the floats, but they've been completely repaired. They were partially covered. They're coming out on the field for a great part of the pageantry that continues here at Super Bowl 9. The Grambling Band is here, and as you know, if you've seen them at Super Bowl #1, for example, that we covered from the Coliseum in Los Angeles, they are one of the truly outstanding band attractions from Grambling College in Grambling, Louisiana. And then, of course, we're going to have Mercer Ellington and the Duke Ellington Band, and the Super Bowl halftime is a tribute to Duke Ellington.
salute one of America's greatest jazz artists, Duke Ellington. Featured in the center of the field is a giant throne with swirling keyboard and flags of the nations everywhere who have honored the Duke. And now featuring Mercer Ellington and the Duke Ellington Band aboard the A train, up to Harlem and the Cotton Club. And here's Judy Williams and his trumpet in a solo we all know so well. That's an Ellington tradition. Things ain't what they used to be. The boots on the field depict some of the Duke's greatest compositions, such as Caravan, Don't Get Around Much Anymore, Satin Down, Do Nothing Till You Hear From Me, Sophisticated Lady, and Moon Indigo. Today's Super Bowl halftime is Produced and directed by Jim Skinner. Script by Jan R. Skinner. Your announcer is Bill Melton. Soloist Anita Moore, one of the Duke's biggest numbers.
It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Oh, it don't mean a thing. All you got to do is swing. I said it makes no difference if it's sweet or hot. Come on, everything you got. I said it don't mean a thing. All you got to do is swing.
Last appearance in New Orleans at Mardi Gras 1974. No program honoring the Duke would be complete without Sea Jam Blues. Today by the Cassidy, Tiger Band, and Lancer Ebbington, and the Duke Ebbington Band. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've enjoyed today's Super Bowl halftime show.
It's Pittsburgh 2, Minnesota nothing. We'll be back with more about Super Bowl IX. Right now, we pause for station identification.
See the premiere of the Smothers Brothers Show, Monday night at 8, 7 Central Time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the temperature at halftime, 43 degrees.
43.
Then to warm you up
That's
a
it.
little, the chill factor, 22 degrees. Wind north and up.
Cheerful guy. We really need that guy.
Super Bowl IX is brought to you by Goodyear, the makers of Bigfoot, the new polysteel radial tire. It keeps its feet even in the rain. And by Chrysler Corporation, your Dodge and Chrysler Plymouth dealers, who invite you to go to the Chrysler Car Clearance Carnival. We could have played this one in Minnesota. It just announced 40-degree temperature, the chill factor 22. 2-0, a safety, a team safety, charged against the Vikings. Little over 7 minutes to go in the first half has been the only score of the game. Pittsburgh blew 2 field goal chances. Minnesota won. Minnesota on a late drive in the first half had a pass intercepted. The outstanding statistic of the game, 11 yards rushing for the Vikings. They've been outplayed offensively, but they're right in there in a 2-0 game. What do you think about the second half?
Well, the interesting thing as far as we're concerned, there's a look at the stats. Kind of overwhelming for 2-0. But, Don, it appears that Fran has gone away totally from his running attack. And I don't think he's going to get away with it. I just feel that he'll be intercepted several times if he stays that way.
Well, it's kind of interesting, Al. I think in the beginning he didn't really even intend to go with his running attack. But,
Right.
you know, what was going to happen, it was a heck of a halftime. I thought that was fun. Duke Ellington really knows a lot about music, and I love New Orleans. So let's get this baseball game started here in the second half. You want to?
You're still going to make that Monday Night Baseball.
Oh, yeah, man. It's going to be all right.
All right, we'll have the second half kickoff, Super Bowl IX. It'll continue here at Tulane Stadium with a score. Pittsburgh 2, Minnesota nothing.
Son, could I use your car tonight?
Sure. Don't forget to put some gas in it.
Every family should have at least one diehard. Because the diehard has extra power to start your car when most batteries won't.
I love bachelor parties. The noise, the smoke, the smorgasbord.
Doesn't smoking like the party?
Time for the old 1-2.
For acid indigestion with headache, Alka-Seltzer works fast. It gives the old 1-2 the old 1-2.
Said you checked for the Alka-Seltzer.
For acid indigestion alone, use new Alka-Seltzer Gold without aspirin.
This past season, the National Football League cooperated with the United Way in producing the great moment spots seen in NFL telecast. With me is Jim Kerr of the Avco Corporation, chairman of the board, United Way of America, who has a presentation to make to the NFL Commissioner, Pete Rozelle. Jim?
Thanks, Kurt. Pete, on behalf of the 34 million people who are served by the United Way, we want to tell you that the great moments this year helped us raise over $1 billion, our first and record year. And we deeply appreciate what you, the players who contributed their time, and the NFL have done for us. Thank you again very much.
Thank you very much, Jim. This has been the 4th straight year of NFL public service promotional announcement campaigns, and we think it was our most successful. The job that the United Way agencies do speaks for itself, and we hope to continue our relationship with you.
Thank you very much.
Very obviously, that was yesterday, and we should have played the game. It was a beautiful day. As the fishing guides always say, you should have been here yesterday.
or can you come back next week?
Oh, I've been with Kurt when they were there yesterday. I'll tell you.
The Vikings are out where the Steelers are across the way. Got Berry trying to get the floats off the field. The high wind. Chuck Knoll, who started his Pittsburgh coaching career losing 16 of his first 17 games. His first year they won 1 and lost 13, but he drafted brilliantly, built a strong team. The Vikings have been one of the most successful organizations in the National Football League. Bud Grant, former NFL player himself with the Philadelphia Eagles, also played pro basketball for the NBA, coached in Canada, and his record, very impressive. Right now we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
Kurt, talking about Bud Grant in Canada, he had a sensational record up there with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. I had the pleasure of being there briefly when Bud was then a player and then became the coach and took him on to many Grey Cup championships. Bud
There
Grant.
goes the headset on, and he gets asked about that. One of the main reasons he has the headset on, he said, I want to know where the ball is. I've got the poorest position in the field. If it's 4th and a foot or we have a first down, I want to know right away so we can go ahead and get our strategy.
And another reason is to keep one ear warm.
Down here. Pittsburgh will have the wind. Let's say in the third period, the same goal they defended to open the game. They won the opening toss and elected to receive. Gorilla's going to kick off. Normally, he kicks them high and deep. He is a deeper kicker than Cox. Back are Brent McClanahan, a second-year player, 33, and Sam McCullum, a rookie.
The rookie is the fellow that could have let that, what appeared to be a punt that might have gotten into the end zone, that he fell on and preceded the safety.
That was in that if and buts category that I was talking about before the game.
Well, so far you're a little bit behind.
I'm close.
2-0.
He slipped down.
Kick. And it is fumbled by McCullum and just saved. Let's see who's got it. Right down there at the bottom of the pile is Marv Kellum. Kellum recovered. 54. And Marv Kellum, who played on an 8-man high school football team at Lecompton, Kansas, recovered. Big break for the Steelers to open the second half. Right away they go with a run. Blyer stopped cold at the 30. No gain. Second down 10. Same backfield. Blyer and Harris behind Bradshaw. Wide receivers. They're going with the youngsters. Stallworth and Swan in the second half. 82 and 88. Brown's the tight end. Gravel and Kolb the tackle. Mullins and Clack at guards. Mansfield at center. The Lone Ranger. Franco Harris bursts through at the 20, 15, gets a block, he may go! No, he's pushed out. Carl Eller saved it. Eller pushed him out.
Well, Kurt, this thing is really turned around here, and this is the bread and butter man all year. Franco Harris off tackle following Flyers block. He kicks Hilgenberg out. Seaman couldn't get there. This is Eller. Watch Eller, number 81. He's the one that makes the tackle. Krause missed him first.
Stallworth made a fine block right there at the end.
All right, take it again, Nero.
Let's take a look at this.
They got Pace going to the outside, didn't
Go
they?
to Kolb's side also again. Now here comes, you saw that coming across, John Stallworth coming back to the inside.
First down, goal to go. Pittsburgh on the Minnesota 6. Harris, pulled down. Wally Hilgenberg knifed in from the outside right and dropping for a loss.
If we said the Vikings are a right-handed team, it appears that the Pittsburgh Steelers run better to their left. They've been very awesome to that side.
Second down, 9 to go for a Pittsburgh touchdown. Coming out, Greg Larson. He was in there in the goal line defense. And Paul Krause is in there as free safety right now.
They can't make a first down, Kurt, and I think that'll be important. They got second down and goal now.
Jerry Mullins threw the block for him.
Boy, did he throw a block, Herb. You call it right on the button. They go to their left. They've been running so beautifully there.
Counter stop.
172, the man from USC. Here's the block. Great block.
On Helgenberg. Seaman can't get there.
And Franco Harris is 99 yards rushing. Now the extra point. Bobby Walden will spot it. The Steelers are struck quickly in the opening of the second half. It is up, and it is good. Flag down.
Well, this is going to put a lot more pressure on Tarkenton than he even had in the first half, I think, because they obviously are going to be behind at least 9 points, assuming they or 8 points, assuming they kick this, will be 9. He didn't have a running game in the first half. Now, what's he going to do this second half, T-Row?
He's got problems. At the top of the show, we talked about Harris, and we talked about Chuck Foreman. We talked about the 2 quarterbacks. I'll tell you, Franco Harris, in the second half of the season, after he got over the injuries, has been one of the finest backs that we've seen in a long time. He is the fullback, the epitome of the fullback.
Well, I guess it's offsides against Minnesota, so I put him a little bit closer here. Distance is not the thing now.
Offside, evidently there it is. The right guard, or the right tackle's offside. So they'll boot it again. This one's up, and it is good. Oh, they line up now. Pittsburgh kicking off. He'll do the kicking off gorilla. It's Pittsburgh 10, Pittsburgh 9, and Minnesota nothing.
Well, the color in the XL100 makes you feel like you're right down here on the field.
RCA is the brand more senior TV cameramen, directors, chief engineers, and independent service technicians own than any other color TV. And now's the time to get an RCA, because starting tomorrow it is RCA Super Value Days. Exceptional savings on these XL100 consoles. All 100% solid state. For great color, super values, come to RCA Super Value Days.
Get America rolling. Roll on America, roll. Get on Goodyear radios. Roll on America, roll.
Goodyear wants America on radios, so they're having a nationwide sale on Goodyear double steel-belted radio tires for American cars at 25% off the regular price.
Get on Goodyear radios. Save America, save.
They'll even save me money on gasoline.
Roll on America, roll.
The Smothers Brothers welcome special guests George Burns, Johnny Carson, Alice Cooper, and Red Fox in a premiere of a new weekly hour of music and comedy, Monday night.
Gorilla to kick off again. Deep are McCullum and McClanahan. And here's the typical Gorilla kick. McCullum, the rookie, on the 1-yard line. To the 20, has a hold, and is suddenly tripped up there. And number 51, Lorne Taves, was the man that tripped him up. All-American rugby player at California. This is Sam McCullum of Montana State. Let's go down to Charlie Jones.
So it is a program out in 1975. NBC Sports will continue to bring the most live coverage of tennis telecast by a network. It starts on February the 23rd, WCT 75. Let's get back to the Super Bowl.
First down, Vikings on their 28. Tarkenton with a slot right formation. And Osborne.
Oh.
Man, they're just running into that steel wall. Every time they carry the ball, it was Ernie Holmes who burrowed underneath number 63. 2-yard gain, second down, 8.
Earlier we saw the Pittsburgh Steelers try to employ that end around, bringing Frank Lewis back. At some point, Fran is going to have to do something like that. The middle right now has just been devastating defensively against them.
Second down, 8. Vikings on their 30 have not been able to run the ball. They're trying to get something going. That's Chuck Foreman on a counter play. And he's to his 32-yard line where L.C. Greenwood and Joe Green take it. Now it's third down and 6. You might wonder why they kicked that extra point over. Encroachment have been called on the Vikings. They charged and touched the Pittsburgh player. They blew the whistle dead, so they made him kick it over. 9-0. Steelers ahead. Lauren Taves is the fourth linebacker now. Ernie Holmes has left the field. Steelers are looking for the pass. Slot left again. Roll out left. Tarkenton flips it to Foreman. Foreman goes down, and he may be short of a first down. Andy Russell was there on top of him.
That's about the fifth time I can think of that we've seen a player slip today. Not, again, to be redundant, but I guess it does have some effect on it. If a team relies on speed and quickness, maybe that would be a factor, but it appears that they're going to be short of their first down. And if the Vikings needed to establish some sort of drive, it appeared to me that it would be this time, because they're getting whipped physically right in that front line. It seems like the defensive line's charge is pushing the offensive line back about a half yard, so they got to open it up a little bit.
Now they bring the yardsticks out.
They're going to go for it, it looks like. That tells you something, too. This is in the third quarter, folks.
Ernie Holmes is back in. They're a foot short. And they have the ball on their 38-yard line.
It does tell you something. This could be the big play of the game for the Vikings.
I think more than that, D-Roy, it just tells you that the Vikings realize they've got to take all chances today. It's, there's no tomorrow. Let's get this thing working.
Look at that mass up front for the Steelers. There's nobody deep. Nobody's back.
He was trying to pull him offside.
There's no flag that I can see.
There is no flag. You're right.
But it did take an awful long time.
Well, he'll probably punt it now, but that was the objective. Let's take another look at it. Boy, you can get awfully impatient.
Everybody says, now, wait a minute. wait a minute here.
That's Lambert that reached over with his hand.
All right, you guys were in a meeting yesterday. What does all this mean?
This all means that the Steelers may be penalized for encroachment.
The old encroachment trick again.
Maybe. Let's see.
Dead
ball right there.
That was
Tarkenton coming to the sideline now. He wants to talk to the official and to Bud Grant. They just announced Franco Harris scored 3 playoff touchdowns against Buffalo, 2 against Oakland, and 1 today.
There it was, Kurt. That was the strategy. Try to pull him offside, and now they're going to punt the football. He almost did it.
Well, why didn't something happen? I mean, how can you just say timeout and I'm going to send the punting team in? I shouldn't ask that
They may
question.
have blew the whistle or called time.
Seems like to me there'd be a penalty involved, but let's Eyeshide kick it again.
Mike Eyeshide kicking against the wind. Good kick. Swan takes it on his 20. Coming wide, 25. Ooh, bulldog down there. No flags down on the play. Jeff Wright got down there to make a brilliant defensive play. And now as the Steelers take over, we'll take time to tell you it's Pittsburgh 9 and Minnesota nothing.
Chrysler Corporation's Car Clearance Carnival is underway. Hi, I'm Joe Garagiola, and for the next few weeks, I'll be your ringmaster, bringing you all kinds of great values on Chryslers, Plymouths, and Dodges. Now, we've got a lot of cars to move, and we're going to move them. So if you want to make a great deal on a new car, watch for my Carnival announcements. But stay on your toes now, because things will be happening fast. I mean, they're going to be happening fast. I'll be announcing cashback deals on new model cars, 72-hour trade-in bonuses on certain used cars. One of them may be yours. And there'll be all kinds of pre-offers, surprises, and a colossal Carnival sweepstakes. So make your plans to come to Chrysler Corporation's Car Clearance Carnival. It's going on at your Chrysler, Plymouth, and Dodge dealers. It's a carnival of values. And here comes the band already. Come on down.
Pittsburgh's outside linebacker, Jack Ham. They've called that mysterious fourth down play for the Vikings. No play, no foul. We'll check further for you. Pittsburgh's ball, first down in their 26. Franco Harris coming out to the 30. Fumble. Big pileup. Now they'll untangle him. Harris fumbled 9 times during the year, lost 8 of them, but he's fumbled only once in the playoff.
Here's a situation where someone had a shot at the fumble, decided to try to pick this up. There's a great hole again. Eller outside, Page inside. Now right here you're going to see an attempt to pick it up by Page rather than falling on it.
Franco recovered his own fumble. The Steelers ahead 9-0. They're on their 36-yard line. They have a second down and a foot to go. He has 100 yards in this game on the ground. He had 111 against Oakland. He's over now. Winston stopping Franco Harris. Just gone over 100 yards rushing in the Super Bowl game. Pittsburgh on their 40. In the first half, the Steelers had 129 yards rushing to 11 for the Vikings. $9:50 to go in the third quarter. There's a quick out pass, and it's complete to the rookie Stallworth. Jackie Wallace playing him tight. Stallworth has just caught his third pass. He's been the main receiver for Bradshaw today.
Just as you never take a chance with Fran Tarkenton with John Gilliam, you never take that same chance when Lynn Swan is playing against you. Second, short yardage, the ideal position for the gamble.
Second down. Long 2 to go. Steelers on their 47. They're ahead 9-0. Harris fights over the 50 and has a first down. The Minnesota 47 or 48 where Roy Winston brought him down. And Harris could be headed for a Super Bowl record of rushing.
145 yards by Larry Zonka, and Matt Snell, we remember when they won, the Jets had 121 yards.
I'd forgotten that.
Speaking of Zonka, Franco Harris has tied Larry Zonka's record of 6 touchdowns in postseason competition. Pittsburgh on the Vikings 48 with a first down. Playing ball control now. They're ahead 9-0. Play action pass is out. Gets away. They'll run it. He's at the 50 and he sprints out of bounds into the Viking bench. Alan Page put the rush on him.
Carl Eller, a veteran of many years, a super football player, getting hit several times, first by Gordon Gravel. Another low chopping block by
Mullins, I believe it is.
Jerry Mullins.
Here comes
Another
Gravel
one.
back. Watch Page. As Page comes in on closing in, well, we're not going to watch Page, but I'm going to tell you, Page took a shot at him right before he got back there. He picked up about 4 yards. Good job by Bradshaw in turning what could be a big loss into a little pickup there for him.
He's had nearly a 10-yard average rushing the ball today. The third running back in the backfield. Second down 5. Bradshaw and the keeper. Page stopped him there.
You know, Kurt, on the far side, we've got one-on-one Jackie Wallace, who's done a fine job, but he's going against Stallworth. Now, Stallworth is big. He's on the Otis Taylor, Jerome Barkham type. Big and excellent hands. That will be interesting. They're going to their 6-man deep and their 5-man rush.
108 yards rushing for Franco Harris, 43 for Flyer, 28 for Bradshaw.
Interesting, you know, Bud Grant isn't delaying as much as they have in the past.
Third down and 5 for Pittsburgh on the Minnesota 43. Brown, Podol, Lurchmer in now. On the defense for the Vikings. Whoa, they smell that one out. Carl Eller made quite a hit on Rocky Flyer. That's Eller's best play of the game.
Beautiful.
Thing about Eller, he does cover a lot of ground, and he has a tendency to close really quick. We talked about the tendency to try to go around him on the outside. Maybe we can see him in number 81. He's coming on the inside of the design defensive play, a loop sort of thing. No one could block him. He hit Flyer right off before he could get started. Put him in a 4th down situation.
Jackie Wallace, Van McCullum are back. On the far side is Nate Wright. 3 deep men now. They're covering both sidelines and the middle.
Look at them covering those out-of-bound marks over there, too, Kurt.
And up it goes by Bobby Walter, trying to hang it up around the goal line. And it's skipped in for the touchback. Minnesota's ball, 1st down on the Viking 20. Coming up next, the post-game show. Super Bowl IX, a review. We'll be down in both locker rooms. We'll have the highlights of Super Bowl IX right after the final gun sounds here in New Orleans. 9-0.
Big
Pittsburgh
series.
ahead.
Big series, Kurt, for the Vikings. They've got to get some kind of field position, and the Steelers know it.
Jim Lash and Gilliam are in a slot right as the outside receivers.
Nowhere.
Look at that. No way. That's a fumble.
David down.
Chuck Foreman was really upended there. Andy Russell slashed in from the outside right.
The thing we talk about, watch the penetration. Russell's coming in from his outside linebacker. They're keying real well behind the pulling guards. A leg whip in there, and Foreman never got to the line of scrimmage. The fumble was there. The referee called him down, so the ball is about a yard lost.
Russell limping off, and Lorne Taze replaces him. The Steelers have had 2 incredible games back-to-back of stopping the ground game. Tarkenton.
Oh, that's it. He caught his own pass. He can't go it again.
His own pass out of deflected. Throws deep to Gilliam.
No.
He got him.
No.
Gilliam.
Doesn't
Stopped
work.
at the 40.
No.
What a play that was.
Does not
Flag
work.
is down back at the 10-yard line.
It was
Flag is down.
A fun play, but that will go down in the books as a completed pass from Tarkenton to Tarkenton. That's true. That happens. Tarkenton can part of it. How does a quarterback ever catch a pass? Well, that's the way you do it. You get them knocked back at you.
They've been trying this all day. Roll out to the outside. L.C. Greenwood trying to get good position on Ron Yeri. That's 6'6". He takes advantage of it, slaps it back.
Who knocked it down? I didn't see. Was it
L.C.
Greenwood? Greenwood. Tarkenton caught it and threw it again.
There he goes.
Well, it was the biggest play they've had all day, and they're probably going to get a penalty for it. Does that give you a clue how things going for the Vikes?
Well, now he's got that situation where the interception, the possibility moves up very dramatically.
That's a loss of a down and a legal forward pass. 2 men on the offensive team involved. Deflected to Tarkenton, and then Tarkenton to Gilliam. L.C. Greenwood's tipped about 3 passes today. Look at those yards rushing. Pittsburgh now has allowed 42 yards rushing against Oakland and Minnesota. It is 3rd down. 11 to go.
All right.
There's a good burst by Osborne. That's the biggest gain they've had on the ground.
They caught him in a different defensive set, too.
Bursting through. Taves hit him there.
They got Seaman out of the middle that time, had a little quick trap up the middle.
And they got a 1st down, and the Minnesota fans roar. They haven't had too much to cheer about here in the second half. They fumbled the opening kickoff in the second half. Pittsburgh took it in.
It's kind of surprising, Kurt, to see them get away with it, because the one thing they know is Fran did not want to be intercepted. So frequently, he pops it straight up at them. But that defense hasn't made many mistakes.
9-0. Pittsburgh ahead. Vikings ball, 1st down on their 30. Osborne.
At home,
Ernie Holmes, he's been there. 63. Greenwood, Green, and White have the nicknames. Hollywood Bags is Greenwood, it's Mean Joe, and it's Mad Dog White. But Ernie Holmes is some player himself.
Well, we'll have to figure out a name for him. You know, from a quarterback standpoint, when you play any defensive team, you usually can find somebody you can pick on. But when you look at that defensive front four of Pittsburgh, ain't nobody to pick on.
2nd down 8. Vikings on their 32. Foreman's out in motion. They're trying to spread him. Draw play to Osborne. And that is number 68, L.C. Greenwood. He's one of the fastest defensive ends in football. Very quick.
Well, what can you say? This defense got them into the Super Bowl. And up to this point, this defense has gone a long way toward winning it. From the line of scrimmage, Green, L.C. Greenwood moving in beautifully.
They're not getting a chance to start, are they?
They've got the strength and the speed to go with it. It's a great combination.
If our fickle friend Momentum has anywhere, he's right over there with the Steelers, and he's been there most of the day.
The Vikings have had 10 third down situations, converted 4 of them. Right now they're in the third and long. There's a pass out. It's complete to Boyd. The tight end Boyd has a first down. Tarkenton hit a big one to Stu Boyd. Glenn Edwards hauled him down from behind.
Really a big one. He had Stu Boyd man-to-man. They were doubling the outside guys from the end zone shot. You can see it. Slight slip by Green. Tarkenton, therefore, has a little bit more time to throw. He rolls out. He's got Boyd running kind of a square-out pattern. That one had to be right on the money. There was Edwards right behind him. Yep. Boyd ran a quick square-out and a big first down.
He got Jack Ham on the blitz that time, Tarkenton, and read it correctly.
Get that man-to-man coverage and give me a little time. We'll throw it.
Vikings first down on the Pittsburgh 45. Pittsburgh ahead 9-0. Out of the eye. Oh, another great charge. Foreman hauled down behind the line of scrimmage. And now they have sent Ed Bradley in.
The other thing that you've got to appreciate about a veteran football team is that they can stay close, despite the fact that they're not in it. If they in no time, lose their composure, get back, get close, they're still in this football game, and Fran can do it.
They just don't have enough variance in their offense. Now, I don't think, they're not being, they just can't run anything today. They're having a lot of trouble right there.
Second down, 12 for the Vikings at the Pittsburgh 47. That was blocked again. It's intercepted by Joe Green. It was blocked by Dwight White. A flag is down and intercepted by Joe Green.
Joe Green's second interception of the year.
Well, he's rolling out as best he can to get away from that rush. That rush has a way of catching up with him. And Green couldn't be happier, I don't think. I don't know what the flag is. Do you know, Kurt?
First a foul.
But it's got to come after the interception, has it?
The change of possession. Flipping call against the Steelers, but they'll keep the ball with the change of possession.
And that's the 5th tip ball today, or 4th.
That just shows you what a pass rush they've had. When you deflect about 5 or 6 passes on a pass rush, you're really pressuring that quarterback.
That quarterback remembers those things too, because he's trying to do it. And when they keep throwing them back at you, that makes it, that's not the way it's drawn up.
Steelers now have been penalized 6 times for 75 yards. They're ahead 9-0. Their ball. 2:30 to go in the third period. Bradshaw. Franco Harris. To his 46-yard line. Jeff Seaman helped by Jackie Wallace in that last tackle.
Makes good pursuit, but they're still gaining good yards and continuing to the left side. There's Clack, and there comes Koch driving to the outside on Jim Marshall. Big hole. Seaman's pursuit does it, but good game.
Second down 4, and Franco Harris now has rushed for 114 yards. Bradshaw looks him over. Franco again. Not much that time. Roy Winston, after Alan Page got underneath the play. Page has been a standout. He and Seaman all afternoon.
Well, in another less than a minute at this point, the Vikings will have played 11 quarters of Super Bowl football and would have scored 14 points. They have not scored. They only had 2 other times, 7 in each of those.
Third down, 3 to go for Pittsburgh. From their own 46. Quick pass, intercepted. Jeff Seaman has it.
Probably going to be called back. I think Minnesota was offside.
Yeah, it looks like
Jeff Seaman right in the middle. Flag is dropped.
I think the Steelers are definitely the sympathetic favorite down here in New Orleans today. We did the game out in Oakland against Oakland. We did the one against Miami in Oakland. To me, it was pretty evident that when Oakland played Miami, they were going to win it. We walked into the stadium the next week, and they were playing Pittsburgh, and there was not anywhere close to the same feeling. Franco Harris had a great game, as did Rocky Blyer. They gave Franco a game ball after the game. After the game, he gave the game ball to Joe Gilliam. They said, why? And they said, well, it's Joe's birthday, and besides that, he's my friend.
Steelers ahead, playing a Ball control game now. Minute 11 remaining in the third quarter. Harris again slipping forward to the 47-yard line of the Vikings. Wally Hilgenberg there to meet him.
Ray Mansfield's been around a long time, and oftentimes in an even man line, you got to make this block. Beautiful.
You know, Franco went a little bit wide on that one. If he'd been able to cut back up a little bit quicker off of Mansfield's block, he could probably pick up a little bit more yardage.
Miami used to pass sparingly to beat the Vikings last year. Bradshaw's thrown only 10 times today, completed 6. Second down 8. Franco Harris swinging out just short of the Viking 45-yard line. Jackie Wallace up from the right corner spot, and Jeff Seaman again. He's been on many tackles for the Vikings today.
We've got Carl Eller now to this side of the field, although the hash marks have changed it. We're watching again a switch that will go to a 5-6 defensive back arrangement. The big thing here is, again, the ability of Bradshaw to run.
Or hit that man-to-man, whoever they're covering man-to-man down there, Al, and that's one of the keys to it, and that's going to wind up the third quarter.
That's it, the end of the third quarter of Super Bowl 9. Pittsburgh Steelers 9, Minnesota Vikings nothing.
The Equitable introduces a whole new system of life insurance service built around the Equitable agent. Nobody else like you service. At its heart, your Equitable agent, who's paid extra just to give you service. Helping him is a sophisticated computer system unique in the insurance business. Equitable's new Nobody Else Like You service. Nobody has this service except the Equitable, because we believe there's nobody else like you.
Henry Harrison depends on Quaker State motor oil. He knows there's no finer quality, that every drop of Quaker State is refined an extra step for added quality, that their quality control program operates 24 hours a day, and that's why Quaker State can be found in more places than ever. Yes, Henry Harrison knows all about Quaker State quality, but right now he's not thinking about it. As we said, Henry Harrison depends on Quaker State.
This interception against the Oilers helped the Steelers to the playoffs for the second year in a row. That was a great moment for me, but I'd like to introduce you to another great moment. This is Tony Sabasinski, a victim of cerebral palsy. At a United Way agency, Tony is lifting himself back into life. There are a lot of great moments in life, and you can share in them when you support your local United Way. The United Way, thanks to you, it's working.
Preceding announcement furnished to the public service by the National Football League. Kurt Gowdy, Aldi Rogatis, Don Meredith into the fourth period. Andy Russell is still injured on the Pittsburgh sideline. Pittsburgh's ball on the Minnesota 45, 3rd and 6. Terry Brown, Randy Podel doing in the secondary. The outside linebackers are out. Pittsburgh ahead 9-0. Bradshaw setting up, fires. Incomplete to the tight end, Larry Brown. He was covered by Terry Brown.
Doug Sutherland took Gary Larson's place. Here's Clark, Jim putting the block on him. Ray Mansfield, the way the center will do it is move to the open man. That was Jim Marshall coming over the top.
Total offense in the game, Pittsburgh 236 yards, Minnesota 122. Minnesota has 23 yards rushing, 99 passing. Pittsburgh 189 yards rushing, 47 passing. The punt now by Bobby Walden. Wallace and McCullum are deep. The short one. Fair catch called on the 23-yard line by Jackie Wallace. On the Vikings now, move to the attack, trying to get back in and the score. The Steelers 9, Minnesota nothing.
To show how the new Goodyear Polysteel radial tire helps reduce hydroplaning, we'll test it against an earlier steel-belted radial. Here's the earlier radial photographed from below a glass plate covered with colored water. Now Bigfoot, the polysteel radial. The photographs show part of this tire is actually riding on water. That's hydroplaning. But Bigfoot has more tread on the glass because it has 8 specially designed wide grooves to help channel away water. Bigfoot, the polysteel radial from Goodyear.
When you say Budweiser.
There are maybe 6 million skiers in America, but only a handful who can do it like this. Being really good at anything has never been easy. The Budweiser people understand that, too. They're making sure that caring isn't just a memory.
When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
On that strange play when the Vikings had a 4th and foot, were going to gamble in their own territory. Long signal count by Tarkenton. And then suddenly everything stopped and the Vikings punted. They ruled both sides offside. No play. They didn't get a signal. First down.
Third Foreman has got to be a factor. We're going to keep our eye on him.
Vikings on their 23. We have 2 reserve linebackers in for the Steelers right now. Tarkenton shoots the pass, and he completes it to Foreman.
All right, they had Foreman in the slot. One man was deep. Let's take a look at him. The man played for Miami. Such a super football player. He drives down and goes to the inside. They're looking for him.
That play is good for 6 yards. That's Jack Ham. Ted Bradley has replaced Jack Lambert. We don't know what's the matter with Lambert. Andy Russell has a bruised left thigh. He's been replaced as a linebacker by Lauren Cave. Russell may be back. They don't know for sure. Foreman on an outside sweep. He's brought down.
Yeah, he was creeping.
Al Blunt right in there on him, number 47.
Let's take another look at Foreman. He's their ace. He's the man they're counting on. This is a ground-level shot led by Dave Osborne, but that defense just swarms all over it. Andy Maurer leaving the play, Mel Blunt making the tackle.
Dwight White goes out now, right in, and Steve Furness, number 64 from Rhode Island, is in. White, all week in the hospital with a virus. Finally, may have run out of gas here.
Yeah, he may have, but he sure has gone a long way.
He may have a bad knee. Played quite a game. The man that was sick all week. 3rd down and 4 for the Vikings. Tarkenton setting up down the middle. It is tipped away. It was intended for Foreman. Glenn Edwards was there at 27. Wagner was on him too. They double-teamed him. And
all right.
Foreman's the man, as Aldi
He sure is. Coming out of the backfield, and they know it too. They, the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're doubling this man. This was close to being an interception. Bradley pumps him. Almost.
That causes interceptions. You saw Foreman start to go inside and then see Edwards, he backed up. That's Tarkenton was throwing where he was supposed to go. Luckily, he didn't intercept that ball. They've been throwing a bit lower than an interception for Edwards.
And the punt by Eyeshide. High end over end. Fielded by Swan on his 35. Breaks away, comes over the 40, and is down on his 46-yard line. Swan averaged 14 yards of punt return during the season. Doug Kingsrider was the man that nailed him. That's Dwight White. Timeout with 13 minutes to play in this game. And the score, Pittsburgh 9, Minnesota nothing.
The IBM Copier 2. It's a copier that works. It's a copier that works well on a lot of things. It's a copier that puts a ceiling on your copier costs and helps you manage them. All in all, it's quite a copier.
This display symbolizes the hundreds of batteries and the full range of power systems made by Everready. And of them all, this is our best all-purpose power system, the Everready Alkaline Power Cell. Now that doesn't mean it's right for everyone, but for a calculator, electronic flash, things that really put a strain on a battery, you can't find a longer-lasting power system than Everready Alkaline Power Cells. Everready wants you to know.
Mac Davis steps out for another lively hour with Rich Little, Nanette Fabre, and Ray Charles. The Mac Davis Show, Thursday night at 8, 7 Central Time on NBC.
The Pittsburgh Steelers sitting on top of a 9-0 lead. There it is. That line of scrimmage. The Steelers have dominated. 13 minutes to go. There's a fumble, and the Vikings have it. Vikings have it.
Oh,
Paul
yeah.
Krause, the veteran safety, 22.
Big play. That's the second big fumble, and again, Kolb was closing to the inside. Field position. This football game is a long way from over.
Well, it looks like it's not a good exchange to me, Dero. They just didn't get the handle on the ball. Krause has a way of coming up with things. I don't know how he does it. He just seems to be where he's supposed to be. That's a pretty good indication right there. He picks off a lot of passes and fumbles, too. Good shot from the Vikes.
That's only the second fumble for Franco Harris in the playoffs. Now the Vikings have a big chance. Tarkenton going deep to Gilliam, and he's out of bounds. Flag
goes down.
Flag is dropped on Mike Wagner. Interference.
Wagner saying, not me, not me.
Well, how many times have we seen Fran Tarkenton do this?
Well,
go to his big man.
There's the call right there. You see Wagner kind of easing into him, pushing him out of bounds, which is a good call again by the official. You can't do that. So they got him another good break. A turnover right quick, and now you're back in the ball game.
Almost face guarding, too.
Yeah, this is the thing that Tarkenton has done. They keep, fooling around, but he's been hitting this guy particularly all year long with a big one.
Oh, the Vikings now have their two tight ends in. They have a first and goal to go on the Pittsburgh 5 after the interference call. And there's a fumble and a pile up at the 5. Up with the ball is Joe Green.
You think Mean Joe's running that ball?
And the Steelers have it. The Vikings blew another chance. Joe Green, who's intercepted a pass, comes up with a fumble at the 5-yard line.
Joe's telling him about it. Lay it on him, Joe. Lay it on him, baby. Yeah, ain't nothing to do it but to do it.
Well, leadership is such a big part of everything, and this man is the leader. There is no doubt.
Leaders are lonely, but they live such a good life.
Here it is. Foreman's having such a tough time. Last year, he only got 18 yards.
Didn't make a good handoff again. Green's looking for the ball. I think he reaches in there and takes it away from everybody. Now, they call it down right there.
That's a third turnover against Minnesota, 2 against Pittsburgh.
There goes Franco.
Oh, he's piling it up now.
That's what the Vikings have not been able to do, Kurt. They've not been able to give the ball to one of their backs all day and to pick up 5, 6 yards. They just haven't been able to do it. From the end zone camera, you see again a little counter move. He's coming back over the middle. Is that Clack in front of him?
Right.
Yes. Good block on Krause, coming right through the middle. Good execution, but they've been doing this, and Franco's their man.
Second down, 2. Franco Harris now has 126 yards in the ground. A little over 12 minutes to play. The Steelers ahead 9-0. Harris trying to bull for that first down, can't get it.
Looked like the same play.
Well, the thing we've got to keep in mind is 9-0. Despite this incredible effort, and it's one of the best defensive efforts I have ever seen, we must say that the Vikings, their defense has done a fine job. It's only 9-0, so no one has moved it that well.
Well, let's just tell it like it is, Dero.
Lynn Swan goes out, and Mike Webster comes in at center now. He's the man they use on snaps. This is a third down play. Third down and 2. And the Vikings were up and stopping short. Rocky Flyer hit by Alan Page, number 88. And now the Steelers must punt. And they're punting against the wind here in the fourth period. Jackie Wallace will be going back.
They've come awfully close, Kurt, several times to blocking punts. They've really been putting a big rush on, particularly from the right side.
Bobby Walden. Only one man back, that's Jackie Wallace. He's in Pittsburgh territory. He's shortened up because of the breeze.
Effort, I'll tell you, you've got to give him such great credit.
I believe Matt Blair blocked it. Matt Blair, 59, let's look. Matt Blair blocked the punt, and it's recovered in the end zone by Terry Brown.
Blair was the same guy that made that good, what you call show business, folks. It's turned around a brand new ball game.
All right, Krause was spotted. Back to Fran Tarkenton. It's incredible. A team with about 30 yards rushing has a chance to win this game. Oh, good.
He did.
Hit the left upright. Hit the left upright.
Son of a gun.
And now the Vikes will kick off, and the score is Pittsburgh 9, Minnesota 6.
What costs no more today than it did back in 1966? Color TV. Take, for example, these RCA XL100s. Great values anytime. Super values during RCA's Super Value Days. Starting tomorrow, you'll find exceptional savings on these XL100 consoles, all with great color, all 100% solid state. For great buys, don't miss RCA's Super Value Days.
Folks, the deals are going strong here at the Car Clearance Carnival. This week only, buy or lease a 75 Plymouth Duster or Dodge Dart Swinger. Make your best deal with the dealer, and then Chrysler Corporation will send you $200 on top of that. And folks, while you're here, enter the Colossal Carnival Sweepstakes. Your chance to win the use of a new Chrysler, Plymouth, or Dodge free for a year. It's a carnival of values at your Chrysler, Plymouth, and Dodge dealers.
Here's a block punt again. Matt Blair will be coming in from your left, 59. He gets up in the air and blocks it. Bounds into the end zone, and Terry Brown of Oklahoma State alertly is up with it. The Steelers have had 21 yards net rushing and are very much in this game with 10:33 to go. That extra point could be important now. They need a field goal to tie.
That's right.
The thing about statistics, you need a long time to average them out. Anything happen in one day.
Here's the squib check. Steelers were looking for it. Picked up by Steve Davis in the 20. He's up to the 30. And he stopped short of his 35-yard line. First down. Steelers ball. Steelers had a 9-0 lead, and now it's 9-6. And it's not as comfortable for Pittsburgh fans as it was 2 or 3 minutes ago.
All right, but here's where that running attack of the Steelers can be so very important. Plenty of time to go, of course, but a few first downs means good field position. This man loves to run.
Bradshaw shuts them down.
Oh, yeah.
Seaman really rocked Franco Harris.
What a difference a touchdown makes.
That's right.
Was he playing football, though? That man, 88, and that man, 50, Jeff Seaman.
They've been the Viking defense today, Seaman and Page. No gain. Steelers ball on their 34. Remember, they're going against a strong wind in the fourth period. Second down 10. Stallworth and Swan to the wide receiver. Byron Harris has gone all the way as running back. Cutting back. Here's a big gain over the 40. And after the 42 is Franco Harris.
Good effort by Franco, because that was pretty well stopped up defensively, too. Did you think, Nero?
Oh, yes. We said right along. You know, Don, here again, the finest asset right now going for them, and that defense knows it, is Terry Bradshaw's ability to run.
I was going to say Franco Harris's ability to run, too, because I think he's the guy. Now, Terry doesn't want to run unless Franco can, man. You know, but so as long as Franco can keep picking up some yards, he doesn't have to.
Third down and 2 to go. Pittsburgh on its 42, leading 9-6. Gonna throw for it. Shoots it deep. And it's caught. Brown, the tight end, has a first down. Fumbles the ball. And let's see.
Vikings got it.
Minnesota has it. Jeff Seaman on it.
Oh, yeah.
Did they blow the whistle dead?
Well, Kurt, the man was down.
The
man was down. That doesn't surprise me a bit.
It's still wild and woolly, and I love them that way.
You love it wild and woolly, and we're seeing it now.
All right, a good throw. I think it may have been a little bit behind him. Let's see. He had to come back a little bit, but it was still over. Is that Krause? No, that's right there. He comes back in, cutting back across. That's Watts. That guy's played a good ball game. And Winston, they knock it loose. They call the ball down right there, so it's still the Steelers' ball.
Pittsburgh's ball now in the Minnesota 28.
This is hitting the way football was meant to be played. Jackie Wallett's there. They're really popping, Don, both teams.
Now, you see that ball coming out pretty quick. That's referee's choice. That's one of those decision things, and his decision was to give it to Pittsburgh. And down here in New Orleans, they have a way of stopping ball games when they don't like those decisions.
Viking fans booing. Flags are down on a straight-ahead play. Rocky Bleier, flags were dropped on the play. Paul Krause, the free safety, made the tackle on Bleier.
You start looking back into those up and butt plays we were talking about before this ball game. This could be a really big one right here because they had a kind of, it looked like a whole new outlook, the Vikings did. They had a chance to get the ball back on a big gain and take over, but they didn't. So illegal procedure against the Steelers. Put them back in there.
Backfield in motion. 4 turnovers charged to Minnesota, 2 against Pittsburgh. Vikings had quite a few turnovers against the Rams in the National Conference game. 1st and 15 for Pittsburgh. Nothing on that one. Rocky Bleier trying to cut back, and he's hit cold by Alan Page again, number 88. A power tackle who had a son born to the Pages and on a critical list for 3 days, named Justin Mark. Nearly lost his baby boy, but he's all right now.
Lynn Swan has been exciting all year. We haven't seen much of him. We may see something of him. He's number 88. He's at the top of your screen.
A little over 8 minutes to play. Pittsburgh ahead 9-6. Bleier, big hole, running, loose for a first down.
All right.
Paul Krause had it dropping there. They ripped it open for him that time. All the way to the Steelers.
Whatever you think about...
all right, here it is. Take it, Donald.
Leroy, it's just that you hit them where they ain't. That's the thing they've been keying on is Harris all day. And Bleier had a good game against Oakland last week. Huge hole in there. Cobb's coming out in front of him. Krause, when you know the safety's making tackles, you know you had some trouble up front.
Yes, you do.
This is a 50-yard drive now that Pittsburgh has going. First down, and the Vikings 16 and a half. Time moving in favor of Pittsburgh. They're hit 9-6. Cutback play. And Franco Harris, who is approaching Larry Sonka's all-time Super Bowl rushing record of 145 yards.
Which I bet he's not thinking about.
Let's see now. Franco has 138.
138. How many attempts do we have? I think Zonka did it in some 33 attempts, which was also
28 times.
Okay.
28 carries for Franco.
You've got both of them going. Under 7 minutes.
Around the 12-yard line of the Vikings. Second down, 6 to go. This drive started on the Pittsburgh 34. Bradshaw's been a cool one today. That play is about a yard gain. Franco Harris again. We're talking about Bradshaw all week long. The writers wanted to know his grades in high school, his grades in college, and he said, I'm tired of the intimation that I'm a dumb football player. Did I have good football instinct? I call half my plays at the line of scrimmage. And he was really ticked off about it.
Don't blame him. Big series. The Vikings know they've got to stop it, and if they do, it could be very exciting.
We're approaching 6 minutes remaining. 9-6, the Steelers ahead. They have a third down, 5. And a throw. He shoots it, he completes it. And he hits Rocky Bleier, just short of the 5. Krause tackles him. First and goal to go for the Steelers.
Well, I think he really looked over his defense real well. You see he's getting plenty of time to throw, and that really is the key. That's what Fran hasn't had. Bleier came out of the backfield. Krause was the first one to get him. Nobody was there, but he had time to look at him and time to throw.
You know, Krause might be one of the leading tacklers today, too.
Yeah, and it's not by his own design.
Bradshaw is 8 out of 13.
Super.
He's come up with some big tosses. Most of the time he's relied on the powerful ground game the Steelers have had. Webster's in at center now. Swan is out.
There's the ball. Right through the middle.
Straight ahead they go on a quick dive tackle play to Franco Harris. who's now trying to get his 7th touchdown in postseason competition. Winston and Seaman brought him down on the 3-yard line of the Vikings. 2nd down, 3 to go for a touchdown.
42 years of waiting, Kurt, under 5 minutes. I know our Rooney somewhere is chomping on that cigar and thinking what a long wait it's been. This touchdown could ice it.
What a drive the Steelers had put on after they had a punt block. The Vikings got a touchdown. They come from their own 34 to the Viking 3. Lyon and Harris set behind Bradshaw. He checks everything. Gives the ball to Harris. Harris is stopped at the 4-yard line.
That's Wallace.
Jackie Wallace again, the right cornerback.
He's coming up, Kurt. He's really done it well. You got Seaman coming from the inside. Wallace closing him out from the outside.
They say you win it in the trenches.
There's Marshall. Look at Marshall take it down Blyer. He made Cobb jump up.
Good
break that momentum, that the movement of it, the timing, and there's Seaman and Wallace and Page is coming in there. Good defensive move there.
John Stallworth has replaced Lynn Swan as a wide receiver. Now it's 3rd and 4 for a Steeler touchdown. Field goal kicker Roy Gurilla, number 10. 9-6, Steelers ahead. 3:40 to go. Let's see if they run or pass for it. Larry Brown, the tight end. Bradshaw to Brown. A 66-yard drive by the Steelers, who surged right back.
From the ground level, you're going to see a great move, I think, by Bradshaw. He put the pressure on him on the outside, rolled out. Here he goes. He has the option of running and throwing. Cobb falls down, which could be a handicap to him. You'll see Seaman running over. Bradshaw stops and drills this thing right in the middle of Brown. He found his opening back in the middle. There's Krause is too late.
Bradshaw's been booed for 5 years in Pittsburgh. He has come into his own the last month.
3:31 to go.
He lost his job in preseason. He had a sore arm. The young Gillum, a brilliant passer, Joe Gillum.
That was a good play, Kurt. That thing rolling out. There was an instant there where it looked like he should run. You never know until you're down there. He used, obviously, the right decision. Saw Brown break loose in the middle and hit him wide open.
But that's a sign of poise. Now, in another day, he might have run, but he had that ability to look at that defense very calmly and picked out the man.
You see Joe Green and Terry Bradshaw grasp hands there.
Everybody loves everybody when you win.
15-6 now. Steelers ahead. The point by Gurilla. Walden spots it. It's up. And the kick is good. That drive, 11 plays, consumed a lot of time, and now puts the Steelers 10 points ahead. We'll line up for the kickoff to score. Pittsburgh 16, Minnesota 6.
Man, this is a great New York Life team. We play to win for our policy owners. Today we've got another opportunity. George here's got a wife, 2 kids, and a mother. He needs life insurance protection badly, and we've got to get it for him. We're going to block out money problems, protect him against financial disaster. Okay, let's go! Take the worry off his shoulders! Protect his family! You've made it, George! Financial security!
Where the name of the game is life, there's New York Life.
It was making its way through the Florida Keys, biting down hard in a pretty stiff breeze. Bigfoot.
Introducing the Goodyear Polysteel Radial. 2 steel belts and 8 wide grooves to help prevent water from building up under the tire.
Where the shrimp boats passed, the gate came down, and 7 wide ribs grabbed the ground. Kept on its feet where it's hard to hold. That Goodyear Polysteel Radial is worth its weight in gold. Bigfoot.
Bigfoot. Keeps its feet even in the rain.
There's your time. Critical play here in the 4th quarter. Minnesota had a first down in the Pittsburgh 5 and fumbled the ball. Joe Green recovered. The kickoff. Bounding around. Grant McClanahan has it. Into the 30. And he stopped just short of his 40-yard line. Grant McClanahan hit by Jim Allen. Let's watch the touchdown again. Watch Bradshaw roll out on this one now. You have to respect his running ability, because he can take off and tear for that flag.
Well, you got a good block on Winston on the outside. Right here's the point. He made Seaman come up, number 50. That's the guy he had to work off of. That gave him the lane right through to Brown.
You're right, he really drilled it.
Yep, he drilled it right in there. That was hard one to defense against.
Vikings ball on their 39. Tarkenton going deep to Gilliam. Intercepted by Mike Wagner. Wagner's at the 40. At the 50, still going. And is down on the Minnesota 41-yard line. Ron Yeri made the tackle.
Well,
Wagner intercepted.
there was no doubt, Kurt, he was going to go up in the air with it, and there was no doubt in my mind it was going to be intercepted. This is the spot when the Steeler defense gets you, they don't let you away. Mike Wagner does it. That secondary moves so beautifully.
Steelers led the National Football League in takeaways. When they've got the ball, they like to keep it. When they don't have the ball, they want to get it back from you.
Let's take another look at it. He didn't have that much pressure, but he's throwing into a desperation situation, and that's when you get intercepted.
All right, the Steelers first down now with just 3 minutes, 7 seconds to play, and they have a 10-point lead. Driving over the 40, Franco Harris had to knock one of his own men out of the way first. Jim Clack to reach the 38-yard line of the Vikings.
Well, let's see, Kurt. He still has a chance for that rushing record, and with time running out, we're going to see him get the football a few more times.
Minnesota scored on a block punt, missed the point. Steelers came right back, going 66 yards, and kept the ball 7 minutes on that drive. A coach's dream of a classic drive. Second down. 7 to go. Franco Harris. They're trying to give Franco a shot at the record now. He had 142 yards before that carry. We picked up a yard on it. He's now 2 yards away from Sonka's record. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network. And we're approaching a 2-minute warning. Franco Harris has tied Larry Sonka's Super Bowl record of 33 carries in a game. A 2-minute warning. Bradshaw goes to the bench. The score, Pittsburgh 16 and Minnesota 6.
Once there were thousands. And thousands. And thousands. And now there are again. The Buffalo are coming back because somebody cared. Hey, isn't that what life's all about? Caring. The people at Schlitz believe it. They brew that beer only one way, with gusto. Brewed to be the best, and you can taste it. Hey, life's too short to settle for less. Go for the gusto, or don't go at all.
I think one of the incredible statistics of recent years in football, Pittsburgh's defense held Oakland to 29 yards rushing. They've held Minnesota to 21 yards rushing a day. 50 yards in the last 2 games have been rushed against the Pittsburgh defense. Pittsburgh's had 229 yards rushing this game. Franco Harris, and he's broken Larry Sonka's Super Bowl record. A new Super Bowl rushing record for Franco Harris. Who's the most valuable player in the game? Is it Harris? Is it Joe Green? Is it Terry Bradshaw?
They all are.
Or Elsie Greenwood?
He had 22 footballs. You'd have to give it to every one of them.
Vikings have called timeout now with 1:40. There's the new record. Franco Harris has run for 159 yards, breaking Larry Sonka's record last year of 145.
Here he is breaking it, making the good Franco Harris cut.
Joe Green, Ernie Holmes. Green at the age of 28, that's still a young front four the Steelers have. The youngest is White. L.C. Greenwood is signed with the Birmingham Barons, the only man they'd lose if the World Football League stays in business. Franco Harris has been named the most valuable player in this Super Bowl game, as he's broken the 9-year Super Bowl record for rushing in a single game. And he broke it. Quite a man's record, Larry Sonka. Officially 158 yards. First down. The Steelers ahead, 16-6. Steeler fans counting it down. Rocky Bleier. Oh, he's been a plugger in the last few weeks for the Steelers. Wally Hilgenberg brought him down. The Vikings playing courageously, could not get a ground game going. They were stopped cold on the ground. Chuck Noll about to realize the greatest moment of his life, winning the Super Bowl. A buff on classical music, good wines. The clock is moving with 1:05 to go, and the Vikings will set a Super Bowl record, their third loss in Super Bowl history. But they've been here 3 of the last 6 years. There it is to Lynn Swann. He's down by Carl Eller on a flanker reverse. Clock is moving. We want to thank Commissioner Pete Rozelle and his staff, Bob Cochran, the broadcast coordinator of the NFL, the staffs of the Steelers and the Vikings, the stadium manager of Tulane, Buddy DeMonsabert, Don Weiss, the NFL Public Relations Director, our production stage manager, Jim O'Gorman, our field coordinator, Huey McDermott, and, of course, Joe Costanza, our official statistician for NBC. 51 seconds to go. The Vikings now are down to their last timeout. 42 years for the Steelers, Art Rooney, one of the most beloved men in sports. Terry Bradshaw has had his greatest 3 games in a row when he had to have him in the playoffs. Art Rooney has 34 grandchildren and thousands of friends and neighbors around America. He is 73 years old. He and his bride of 45 years, Kathleen, still live in the same 3-story Victorian house in the ward that they've occupied for 4 decades, not far from the spot where Art Rooney's father ran the Rooney Saloon in the old days. Always has that cigar jutting out of his jaw, and he's a soft touch. 51 seconds to go. His son, Dan Rooney, is the general manager. He walks to Riverfront Stadium. He's a great Pittsburgh Pirate baseball fan. Rocky Bleier carrying the ball. Art Rooney probably sees more Pirate baseball games than the other fan. He just loves sports. He was quite a center fielder and quite a boxer in his day. He has a brother, Dan, who's now Father Silas of the Franciscan order. Used to play baseball and football himself. They say he was the best athlete in the family. Coming up next, Super Bowl IX in review. Terry Bradshaw, right here close by from Louisiana Tech. Lost his job, gained it back midway in the season, and got better as each game. Has now reached a young peak. This is just his 5th year. He'll be their man from now on. They can't play 3 quarterbacks anymore the way he's performed. He's thrown 14 passes a day, completed 9. He's run the club beautifully and done everything right. For the Vikings, on defense, Seaman and Alan Page were standouts. I think another incredible statistic, if you didn't see this game and you looked at the figures, the Pittsburgh Steelers did not have a sack to the quarterback, and yet they had a tremendous rush on Fran Tarkenton. 5 times they tipped his passes. This is Rocky Bleier. He's down. And the American Conference is now dominating the Super Bowl. This will be their 3rd win in a row. Miami twice. Pittsburgh today. Dallas interrupted the string. This will be the 6th American Football Conference win, the 3 for the National Conference. The offensive unit gets a hand. Franco Harris going off. Penn State's happy about his performance today. 37 seconds to go, and the Vikings are out of timeout. They're trailing 16-6. Imagine after the game, Fran Tarkenton might say it's his toughest pass rushes he ever faced, even though he wasn't sacked. He's trying to throw it to Dave Osborne. Tarkenton now has 10 out of 24. .33 seconds to go. Look at those yards rushing. 21 yards. They've held Minnesota. They held the Oakland Raiders, who had the best record in pro football until they were upended by the Steelers, to 29 yards rushing. They've been even better today, stopping the Viking attack than they did the Raiders. That's the defense. There's the flare out on a screen. It's Oscar Reed who's now in the game, and he's stopped by Lord Taves, who's filled in for Andy Russell. Frankie Harris says, we're number one, and he's been number one today, the most valuable player. They were about the worst team in pro football when he took over. They rebuilt by the draft, not by trading. They made every number 1 and 2 pick count. They're still a very young team. I would say their best years are ahead of them. A team that may not have even reached its peak, that just started to come into its own in the last 6 weeks of this season. And the future opponents are going to have some trouble. To the Vikings, another bitter loss for them, but their organization has been here 3 times now in the last 6 years. Kurt Gowdy, thanking you for viewing it. The final score, Pittsburgh 16 and Minnesota 6. We'll have a review of today's Super Bowl game in a moment. Right now we pause for station identification.
See The Dead Don't Die, Tuesday night at 8:30, 7:30 Central Time.
He's right here. Can't you hear him? He can't hear him.
Hey, he's talking to me. You can't hear him?
NBC Sports presents Super Bowl IX, a review. Brought to you by Chrysler Corporation's Car Clearance Carnival, where you'll find all kinds of great values on Chrysler's, Plymouths, and Dodges starting tomorrow at your Dodge and Chrysler Plymouth dealers.
Jack Perkins and Jeannie Morrison were outside the stadium, but this is where the players pass through to get to the dressing rooms, rather old facility. And you see the Steelers going by, and the crowd expressing their approval. Well, it seems, Jeannie.
Unbelievable scene. These Steeler fans are probably the most loyal and long-suffering there ever were. It's going to be quite a night tonight in New Orleans, I think, Jeff.
I should think so, because the Steelers fans were already hooping it up pretty good last night, and it's going to be even better tonight for them. As far as the Viking fans, of course, Senator Hubert Humphrey is here and going into the dressing room to talk to his team, the Minnesota Senator. And we'll be here, and we'll be talking to some of the fans, too, I guess.
I hope so. I don't know. I don't
But
know
for
if it's
now?
safe. I don't know if it's going to be safe to get into that crowd.
We'll give it a go. But right now, let's go to Kurt Gowdy.
Number one.
Tough defensive game, first half, 2-0 Pittsburgh, scored in a safety, 7 minutes remaining, a team safety, charged against the Vikings. when they had the ball on their 7-yard line, messed up a handoff, and Tarkenton recovered in the end zone. And then we started to break it open. In the third quarter, Pittsburgh went ahead, had a 9-0 lead. The Vikings fought back. Matt Blair blocked the punt. Terry Brown recovered in the end zone to make it 9-6. The Vikings missed the extra point. So it looked like we were going to have a close finish. But then the Steelers showed why they're the Super Bowl champs. They took the kickoff, ran it to their 34, took 7 minutes, 11 plays, and rammed it 66 yards for the touchdown with Terry Bradshaw passing to his tight end, Larry Brown. Final score, 16-6. Overwhelming statistics in favor of Pittsburgh. The incredible statistic, the Vikings made 21 yards rushing today. Oakland made 29 yards rushing against the Steelers in the playoffs. Franco Harris, there he is. He broke the Super Bowl record, not only for the most carries, but also for the most yards, breaking Larry Sauka's record of last year. Larry had 33 carries last year and 145 yards. That's Joe Green and Terry Bradshaw. Mean Joe grabbed a pass, a deflected pass up in the air. Then in a critical play, he recovered a fumble when the Vikings had 1st and 5 to go for a touchdown. Bradshaw, the quarterback who lost his job, he reported to the summer camp with a sore arm. Joe Gillum, the young quarterback, got hot in preseason, had an incredible passing performances in preseason, and started the season as the first-team quarterback. And then the Steelers' offense was sputtering. Their defense remained consistent, great all year, and finally Bradshaw was inserted back in. We'll be back to New Orleans for more of a review of Super Bowl IX right after this message.
Chrysler Corporation's Car Clearance Carnival is underway. Hi, I'm Joe Garagiola, and for the next few weeks, I'll be your ringmaster, bringing you all kinds of great values on Chryslers, Plymouths, and Dodges. Now, we've got a lot of cars to move, and we're going to move them. So if you want to make a great deal on a new car, watch for my carnival announcements. But stay on your toes now, because things will be happening fast. I mean, they're going to be happening fast. I'll be announcing cashback deals on new model cars, 72-hour trade-in bonuses on certain used cars. One of them may be yours. And there'll be all kinds of pre-offers, surprises, and a colossal carnival sweepstakes. So make your plans to come to Chrysler Corporation's Car Clearance Carnival. It's going on at your Chrysler, Plymouth, and Dodge dealers. It's a carnival of values. And here comes the band already. Come on down.
Would travel from Dallas to Annapolis any day to talk to kids like...
I'm Bert Sadler, and last year, Roger Staubach and the NFL really taught me something, that this country is desperately short of volunteers. That's why now I'm spending a few hours each week helping here at the Maryland Training School for Boys. And you know, that taught me something too. You do some good for somebody else, you do yourself a lot of good as well. Write volunteer, Washington, D.C., today.
We're now in the locker room of the victors, and we have, of course, the commissioner, the head coach, and Mr. Rooney. Commissioner?
Well, Mr. Rooney, for over 42 years, you've been making more friends, I think, than anyone in the history of sports. If I had to guess right now, I would say that your strongest emotion would not be one of personal happiness, but happiness and relief for those fans in Pittsburgh and your friends all over the country that your team and your organization didn't let them down today. And on behalf of all of them, I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to you, your great coach, Chuck Noll, your son and president, Dan, and the entire family, and a great, great football team.
Thanks, Pete. I'm grateful to the players and to Chuck Noll and his staff and to all the people in our organization. This was a great day for me personally and a great day for Pittsburgh. But the players and the coaches all year long thought that they would get this trophy, and I'm certainly grateful to them all. Thank you. Congratulations, sir.
I know that so many people that want to visit with you and so much happiness, and there's so many tears in this locker room, and they're all of joy for you, sir.
Well, I certainly appreciate it because they're a great bunch of fellas, and I thought that just from being with them all year and being with Chuck Noll and the staff that I'm not a bit surprised that they won the Super Bowl.
And we're awfully happy for you, sir.
Thank you a lot.
I know you want to get down with the ball players, and let me move over and talk with Chuck. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you very much. Boy, it's a big day.
Go back a long way in professional football, 15 years now.
I shudder to think of it. Yes.
Everything went, obviously, the way that you planned.
Well, you'd like to say that, but obviously they don't. We had a few mistakes out there, but I think our football team was functioning pretty much like they have all year. They just weren't going to be denied, and they played that kind of football. I think probably in our minds, the most fitting thing about this whole thing was that our defense was able to shut out a team in the championship game in the Super Bowl. I thought that was, I think, demonstrative of the way our team was all year. A great defensive team, our offense doing whatever it had to do to maintain possession and win the game.
The only selection, not the only selection, but one of the selections, when people were deciding whether you should be the favorite or whether the Vikings would be the favorite, is that they would use history. And that the fact that the team basically that had been here before and had been through, the circus of Super Bowl week, this didn't seem to bother your ball club at all.
No, as I said going in, they just weren't going to be denied. They had it in their mind that they wanted it very badly, and whatever cost, whatever it was, however hard they had to go, they were going to get it.
What does the future hold?
Well, we're going to enjoy this right now. We're going to enjoy this right now. Every year, every week, we have to think of the game coming up next week. There aren't any more games, and we're going to relax and enjoy this for a little bit, but I think we're going to enjoy it for just a short time, and then get on to next year.
And then be ready for next season. All right?
That's right. It comes around fast.
Chuck, congratulations again. I know you want to be with the ball players. We'll be back with more of the locker room and a chance to visit with some of the victors here. Okay, Chuck.
A lot of different vitamins, a lot of different names. Which do you buy? Well, here's one name you've known all your life, Rexall. For over 70 years, we've worked to give you better products. For convenience, we've taken vitamin E and added vitamin C in a chewable orange-flavored tablet. And Super Plenamins, with 11 vitamins and 8 minerals, continues to be a favorite with families all over the country. There are a lot of different names for vitamins, but Rexall is one good name for value. At your Rexall store.
Oh, I see great wealth in your future.
You do?
I see much success with an innovative company.
No kidding.
I see tires. B.F. Goodrich Tires, a B.F. Goodrich dealership.
Mine?
Yes, yours. You'll be a respected businessman in your community, a leader.
The blimp. Do you see me riding in the Goodrich blimp?
Riding in what?
The blimp.
That'll be $5, Cherokee.
B.F. Goodrich. We're the other guys. Remember?
Okay, we're out here. We're waiting for Charlie back in the locker room to talk to the players. And meanwhile, we're going to talk to a few Pittsburgh fans. Here's a man with an unusual trophy. Hold that up. How did you get that, sir?
A little wager with one of the Vikings. If the Steelers win, I had his hat.
You won it from the mascot, huh?
Thank you.
Okay, back to Charlie in the locker room.
All right, we're now back in our interview room, which is just off of the locker of the Pittsburgh Steelers with the quarterback Terry Bradshaw and also, of course, Al DeRogatis, Don Meredith, and John Brody. And let's just turn it open. Don?
I just was thinking, I'm happy for you, man. It was a super job out there today. It was, what can you say when you win a Super Bowl, huh?
It's hard. I had more emotion, or I had more emotion of the game from you last week against Oakland. But after this one, I just... maybe I'm in shock yet. I don't know. I just kind of walked off, and I'm still kind of in a haze.
You've had a lot of criticism all year for he couldn't do this or he couldn't do that. You've come on and had great games the latter part of the season. And today in particular, the ability that your size and so everybody says you can run. We've got some film of you running out here today. And I think that is an asset for a quarterback. You might want to comment and we can roll this stuff up. It says Bradshaw package number 2. Take it away.
Running, puts a...
Here it is,
lot of
Terry.
pressure on him. And this is a play we've been running the trap off of, and I didn't tell anyone I was going to keep it. Had I told him I was going to keep it, I could have scored very easily.
Well, what we said was it didn't look like you had any intentions to throw it all. So you just didn't tell anybody.
No, I just didn't tell anyone I was keeping it.
What dictated whether you did keep it?
Whether or not the end closes down.
And can you tell at the
I could tell it after I hand the ball off whether or not he had previously made the tackle. And so I've done it so many times in the past, and I just said, oh, later on I'll come back and keep
So that off the same play, what you actually did is just take a look when you handed the ball off, saw it, made the play. It looked like you might score.
I thought had I told Ronnie Schenk when I was going to run, I would have. Very easy.
Terry, there were a couple of situations. One right at the end may well have been the best executed play of the day. That was the one where you made the roll to the right. Linebacker Jeff Seaman seemed to be penetrating, and you picked Larry Brown out of that backfield. Once again, it was that ability to run, that fact that they had to respect you as a runner. And I guess in part of your game plan, and we do have a film of this, that big play right at the end that kind of iced the football game. So let's take a look at this, okay?
Well, what is it? This is a pass.
This is the one where you're going to...
This is the key one, I think, Terry, when you actually you pick up about 4 or 5 yards, but the
that's right. When they started
caught
blitzing us.
Yeah.
Started blitzing us to stop, take away the run, right? But the pass yard we're talking about was
the touchdown
pass. On the goal line,
right.
touchdown. Was one where Seaman had to respect the run because it was, he didn't know at the time that I had to run. I mean, I had to throw. I couldn't have scored running the football.
Terry, the touchdown pass now again. We'll take one look at it. We got it so many times, and it was a beautiful play.
This is it.
Well, I certainly enjoyed
See Seaman coming across right there, number 50. Yeah. He starts up, just barely misses that ball.
It looks like you almost...
You know the criticisms that you've had them all year. The last 3 games, does that answer all your critics?
Well, I'd like to say it's all said and done and in the past, but I don't think you can ever really please or please everyone, and I'm going to have to go on living with it, Super Bowl or not. I just don't believe it's going to settle anything. I just believe it's something that's been passed down now for 5 years, and heaven knows why. I certainly didn't deserve it, but I've been labeled what we've been talking about, which I don't even like to get into, but I'm hoping it's over with, but I know it isn't.
All right, again, congratulations, and it's nice to be number 1.
It is.
It is. And we'll be back. We'll be back, gentlemen, with more interviews and more of the world champions in just a moment.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Folks, the deals are fantastic at the Car Clearance Carnival. This week only, buy or lease a 75 Plymouth Duster or Dodge Dart Swinger. Make your best deal with the dealer, and then Chrysler Corporation will send you $200 on top of that. And hey, here's a trade-in bonus. If you own any Pinto or Vega, come down by Wednesday. Trade for that new Duster or Swinger, and we'll send you another $100. It's a carnival of values at your Dodge and Chrysler Plymouth dealers.
What's All-Star outfielder Lou Brock looking for in the Yellow Pages?
Results. That's why we advertise our business here, under Flores. 90% of our orders come by phone. To find us, people have to use the Yellow Pages. And without it, we wouldn't be doing the business we're doing. And as long as business keeps looming, we'll keep advertising in the Yellow Pages.
Advertise in the Yellow Pages, where everybody's fingers do the walking. It's a snap.
Come and join us. You were a little sick this morning, upset stomach, or what?
Oh, no, it wasn't anything to keep out of the game, but I had a head cold and kind of stuffy and everything. But, you just have to put that aside on a big game like this. Can't let a cold stop you.
Didn't seem to bother you at all?
No, they say there's no cure for it, so I wasn't looking for one.
Did the conditions out there today, Franco, change anything that had to do with your pregame planning? Because I know it was awfully slippery. It was almost the same as a real muddy field in which it was difficult to pull, it was difficult to cut at times, and I know several times you had holes that you weren't able to get to because of the footing.
Right. Matter of fact, it happened on the first play I ran the ball. We had we could have had a big play right then, but I slipped and I wasn't able to make the cut. But you just tend to adjust to that and like you try to run with your feet more up under you and like not try to really stretch so you will slip. So once you make the adjustment, it'll be all right.
Didn't seem to bother you much.
Well, once you start going.
Franco, we had so many great plays of you today, setting that record, breaking Zonka's both rushing and number of times carried record. And we'd like to take a look at a few. The running game was well established. Early in this football game, you folks ran left extremely well. So let's take a look at this package, and maybe you can go over it.
Good. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I was really surprised that I broke the record I didn't realize I was anywhere near it.
But I tell you, I told you he would be thinking about that all day long. I think I was worried about it. How many times he carries and whose record he breaks.
Right, yeah. Louis has certain plays that work pretty good. Like our special, they close the trap extremely well, and that opens the outside some, and you know. So.
Last week again, or 2 weeks ago against Oakland, Rocky did a good job in kind of offsetting the running game, almost 100 yards, and you had 100 yards. And again today, and talking to your teammates, they give you a big compliment and say, "Hey, Franco's blocking real well," and I'm sure that does complement each other. Maybe it's an old cliche, but you really have played well all year in blocking and running. Do you feel there's anything particular that's the cause of that?
Well, for myself, I'd rather throw a good block than have a good run.
Yeah.
Really, you know, because I think that's a very important part of the game. And most of the time, it's the other running back that breaks the other back for the gainer. And so I know how important it is. So when it's time for me to block, I really try to go all out so he, you know, can get his big run too.
And it's usually the running back that knows that the other running back is the one that make all those yards. I guarantee you. Let's take a look
at the touchdown run.
Also take a good look at Mullins' block here.
Yeah. Like on the last play, I want to say John Stallworth threw a really good block on the defensive back there. That was really good. Bam, yeah. Great.
A little counter move, and you came back to the outside.
Just left the whole side open. Great.
Super play, Franco. I'll tell you, sitting with these two quarterbacks here, I have a tough time talking about the line, but I see that there's the linebacker.
There's our defensive lineman right back there.
I'll tell you one thing. That offensive line did a super job also. They were blocking Kolb, well, the whole line. That's a great effort.
You know, like they were just cutting those guys and getting us a lot of running room. And, you know, what can you say about Rocky? He just blown in there, hurting guys, punishing them, you know, weakening them. And, you know, like it's just great. You know, like when you see somebody doing like that, you see our line doing like that, it just gives you some more inspiration. That's what the whole game's about, to get the momentum going.
The thing I like about these guys, they look like they belong as Super Bowl champs. They're coming in there all cool, man. You got your stogie with you. Have a good one. You've had a good year, baby. I guarantee you.
So I have the feeling that it's been somewhat overplayed. You fellas have been in the playoffs for a long time. You understand pressure. In the warm-ups today, we knew, Don and I were talking, I'm sure John was saying the same thing. We knew you were cool, and we knew it was going to be a tough afternoon. It was just a fantastic effort.
All right, we have one more play, and this is the one that you broke. We don't have that play. One more play, but we're not going to show it. No.
Thank you, Franco.
Franco, again, congratulations.
Right.
We're going to run outside now and visit with Jack Perkins and Jeannie Morris, and Mean Joe Green is going to be joining us in just a moment.
Okay, we're back outside with the real fans. Hi, girls. Where are you guys?
Just fantastic. I'll never expect anything like it. First time here, and it's just beautiful. We're number one. From Pittsburgh, this is my sister Giella. My name is Charlene. She flew in from L.A. I flew in from Pittsburgh, and we're just...
Tell me, who's your main man on this team?
C. Greenwood. I think he is just fantastic, number one, and I let him know it. And no uncertain terms, he is number one.
Okay, we're going away from the number one fans to the number one team in the dressing room.
LC too.
LC's in the first pitch.
All right, we have Joe Green. When he stepped up, I said, Mean Joe Green, and you have stated that your name is Joe Green, and you said, what did you say today?
Call me anything you want to.
I like that.
Please call.
Number one. All right.
Well, Joe, I'll tell you, it's not very often a guy gets to make two plays that might have turned the game around as much as the two plays you made. And they've been talking about mean this, mean that. You were a happy dude out there, and I'll tell you, you got everything moving. At one time, I saw you looking back to the offensive hunt. What were you saying?
Refuse to be none less than number one. Nothing less. Nothing less than number one.
I'll tell you, your influence was felt all day long, and I know how much coordination goes in to what the defensive line forced Minnesota to do today. And tell us about some of the games you guys played, because I know they wanted to take those games away, where you're stunting with both LC and Ernie and Dwight, and you guys play an awful lot more than a lot of guys do of those games, and you do it awfully well.
Well, our best front is the even front, the 4-3, and we try to mix it up and do a lot of things. Last week we had done the U games, and the opening shut them off pretty good, and we knew Minnesota would be looking at them. So this time we switched it up and sent the ends first instead of the tackles, and sometimes I get over the center and Fats cover. Ernie Holmes, area.
Oh, I'll tell you now.
Vice versa.
There were so many big plays, Joe. Early in the football game, we said a factor had to be stopping Foreman. Let's take a look at you stopping Foreman.
ain't Foreman.
That ain't Foreman.
Yeah,
That's
was
what Little bird whispered the wrong thing in Albert's ear.
I've been quoting you all week. Whether it's right or not, I'm really not sure. I guess I should have checked with you first. But you were quoted as having said that the anticipation of achieving something had never been as great as the accomplishment. And they were asking you about the Super Bowl. And now I have the opportunity to ask you, Joe Green, you've accomplished the Super Bowl. You say, I'm a proud man and I want to try to do my work. What does the Super Bowl mean to you, man?
Fantastic. Yes, you know, beyond my wildest dreams, I didn't think you could get this big a charge out of it. I really did a football and at a Super Bowl game. I sit and watch it. I watched it for 9 years and envied the people that played it. I just didn't think you could get that big a charge out of it, and it's even bigger than I thought it would be.
Well, I'm glad for you, man.
Thank you.
I think we got another play here we're going to look at. Let's see. What's he doing this time?
Well, it's a great play, whatever it is.
It's after Fran Tarkenton. I know that chase for the quarterback.
Been chasing for 6 years.
Let's try it again. Here it is, Joe.
That was a good move right there, Joe. The fact that you go up forces him back.
Right. The fact that you guys tipped about 5 passes today, I think.
That was probably the best thing that we did all day. Most, was keeping him from throwing the ball when he wanted it.
Yeah.
You know, as fast as you guys, as important as it is to contain Francis, you guys did it as well as anybody I've ever seen do it today. And did you have anything special that dictated how you do it?
Well, with the games we ran, sometimes I had to contain it, sometimes LC had to contain it, but what we wanted to do was keep him in and make him throw the ball.
And you did it. And thank you very much, Joe.
Super Bowl.
Way to go, Joe.
And we'll be back with more of our chit-chat with the world champions in just a moment. That's a good setup.
Okay, big fella.
Come in, have a couch. To be a BF Goodrich dealer, you'll have to make some simple associations for me.
Okay.
The first American-made radial tire.
Goodrich?
Excellent. The company more and more people are buying their radials from.
Goodrich.
Brilliant. We've got the smart cookie here. Blimp.
Goodrich.
Did you ever think of opening a shoe store?
B.F. Goodrich. We're the other guys. Remember?
Folks, the deals are going strong here at the Car Clearance Carnival. This week only, buy or lease a 75 Plymouth Duster or Dodge Dart Swinger. Make your best deal with the dealer, and then Chrysler Corporation will send you $200 on top of that. And folks, while you're here, enter the Colossal Carnival Sweepstakes. Your chance to win the use of a new Chrysler, Plymouth, or Dodge, free for a year. It's a carnival of values at your Chrysler, Plymouth, and Dodge dealers.
We are gathering the group, and we'll just turn you loose at them.
I can't think. What do you?
I can say so many things. I might be a little prejudiced to the defense because they were so outstanding. But, Rocky, it seemed today that they might have been keying a little bit on Franco. And you guys, Franco would dive into the left. You'd hit that hole so quickly that you did effectively last week also.
Oh, yeah. Well, the one play that we put in today was a dive 34 counter, or a dive 34 sneak, which was actually Franco coming in on a 32 trap and I coming off his tail end. And we're doing it to Sutherland, and then at the end, who jumped in there? That tackle, I can't remember. Yeah, but anyway, it was new, and that was the biggest play that we had, I mean, as far as it really opened up. Of course, we had, in the beginning, we had the one tackle trap that opened up for 15 or 18 yards in the middle.
Seemed like Alan Page was going real well early in the football game, and then later on, the front line seemed to pretty much contain it.
Yeah, we felt that we had to run at Allen to stop their defense, and so we figured if we can run right at them, then there's nothing else they can do. Yeah. And later on, I think Allen, they got a little tired, and guys came off the ball tremendously.
If I can, I'd like to ask both Dwight and Ernie, if I've ever seen a football game dictated by 4 cats up front, it was you 4 today, and I've never seen it, you've done it against Oakland and you've done it against Minnesota. Now, nobody's done it against 2 outstanding football teams like you have, and I know how you feel. You mentioned earlier in the week that you were going to you ran out of air. Somehow you didn't run out of any today, Dwight, and what went on?
I was lucky today. I got out of the hospital on yesterday, and I just couldn't miss it. This was too big.
Well, you don't look sick. I'll tell you.
I feel sick. I'm pretty sick.
You got a rookie that slipped in there behind you. Now, you guys let that rookie slip in there. Super Rook has done it. You hurt a little bit today, didn't you?
Yeah, I sprained my ankle pretty bad in the first part of the first half. And, I don't know. I thought that if I stayed in, I'd hurt the team more, so I decided to stay out.
It's got to be a team man. Jack Lamberton's done a heck of a
Ernie,
job all
can
year
we do
long.
something? No, we've heard so much this week about Arrowhead. You think we can get one little peek?
One peek.
Well, as you like to see it, I'm going to retire until next year now.
Ernie had a great day, I'll tell you. Made some of the fine early plays. Now, you were in several one-on-one situations. Anything happen in there that really was any kind of a surprise to you?
Well, really, I had read a report from some of the editors that was about a man, Andy. He said he was going to keep me from manhandling him. I didn't think that was possible because I think he's a very weakling individual.
We did a pregame show down here, guys, and I want you to know that Namath picked you guys to win right on those 10 points, and I was forced into a 1.2.
Oh, come on.
Minnesota. I wasn't right.
Now the guys are up here suddenly.
But you really did hit it, and congratulations to all of you. I think it was really a Super Bowl game. Charles Jones.
Well, I have my man holding my microphone for me. Again, congratulations to all of you. I really you feel as happy as everybody in the locker room, and I still feel of everybody involved that Mr. Art Rooney is the happiest of all people today.
That's right.
Thanks for coming by.